From the South Bronx to Hollywood Hills, from Santo Domingo hasta Ciudad de México, a través de todas las fronteras, desde tu casa a la mía, un abrazo social, from a distance. We don't have to be in the same room to be unidos. Together en un sentido común. Unidos, we raise our voices and our fists for justice. Together, we celebrate our victories. Unidos, we change the world. Con estilo, con valor, con sentimiento y dolor, con valentía y calor, con ritmo, flow y sabor. Unidos, together. Así que, órale, que lo que es la que, dime a ver, que volá, what's up, vaya. My name is Flaco Navaja.
Hello, mi gente bella! I love the energy.
Yes.
The energy is incredible in here. I'm Jessica Flores.
And I am Enrique Sapene.
Yes, we feel so blessed to be here with all of you at the Hispanicize Unidos 2022 Summit, and I couldn't be happier to share the stage once again with you, Enrique. I love you. You know I love you.
Yes, igual tú, contigo, mi Jess. I'm super excited because today we're making history, you guys. We're recording for the first time ever from the brand new NGL Me Too Studios in East LA.
Yes.
And just in time to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, como Dios manda.
Absolutely. And we want to welcome everyone who came here today, as well as the people streaming on the screens around the world. No matter where you're from watching, today we're all part of one big family.
Así es. And just like family, we're here for each other, to lift each other up. So familia, if you feel like getting a little inspired and empowered, you came to the right place. You're at the right place right here at Hispanicize.
Absolutely.
Hispanicize is the largest virtual summit of Latino celebrities, community leaders, entrepreneurs, and creators. Pa que lo sepa.
Yeah, that's right. Así que everyone watching, spread the word. Share on all your socials using the hashtag Unidos Together.
And start sharing now, because you don't want your friends, your colleagues, your primos to miss on any of the inspiring content that we'll be showing here today.
Just check this lineup. Grammy, Golden Globe, and Emmy-nominated actor and recording artist Anthony Ramos.
We also have one of the most exciting new Mexican voices in Hollywood, actor Melissa Barrera.
Our very own John Leguizamo in conversation with Robert Rodriguez. That is some Hollywood royalty right there, 100%.
Come on. Doesn't get better than that. And you don't want to miss that. Personally, I mean, I can't wait for the halftime performances. We have paopao and Charlie Cruz.
So exciting. Incredible, incredible artists. We also have great giveaways today. Everyone streaming the summit, visit our sponsor, Exhibit Hall, for a chance to win $100 gift cards and a grand prize of an iPhone 14. I know. You hear that? You hear the crowd? Ooh. Everybody wants that one, huh?
Y si te quieres ganar un gift bag, scan the QR code right next to the player for a chance to win one of our fantastic Hispanicize hashtag Unidos Together gift bags. Y ya la vista, buenísima.
Yes, and those are only a few of the great speakers and performers we have for you today. So stay tuned. And hey, let's give it up for my DJ over there to the left, DJ Que Madre en la casa.
Hey!
What's up, Mama? She was playing some tunes earlier. I see you, girl.
Of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors. So we want to thank Cadillac, Centrum, McDonald's, Omnicom Media Group, Remy Martin, Walmart, 23andMe, and Warner Brothers Discovery.
Yes, I know. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Hispanicize Unidos Together is all about putting the spotlight on the people and the narratives that matter to our community. Our stories are so diverse and unique at the same time. We're here to amplify our collective voice.
And of course, we want to hear from you. So por favor, add your comments to the stream. For those of you watching on the Hispanicize page, go ahead and upload a selfie on your social pages watching the stream. And who knows, you might end up on our wall.
I love that. Please do it. We love seeing all of you. And immediately following today's show, be sure to visit hispanicize.com/replay to watch again at your leisure and share with your friends.
There's also a brief survey so you can share your thoughts and tell us how can we keep on evolving at Hispanicize hashtag Unidos Together's experience. Así que ayúdennos.
Yes, we are ready to start with our first keynote speaker. But before that, a message from New York City's favorite Bogotano, NGL's own John Leguizamo.
Hey.
Thank you for joining us. I'm so happy to see you all here and participating. How exciting is this, huh? Hispanicize and Unidos together. We bring it to you, and thank you for being here.
Hey, and thank you, John Leguizamo. Let's go to our first keynote speaker of the day. He's gifted, he's witty, and he makes us proud every time we see him on the screen.
Yes, he definitely does. I was so excited to video chat with him from Mexico City, where he's filming his upcoming film, Damas y Caballeros. Please enjoy an exclusive conversation with Michael Peña. What is going on, everybody? I'm Jessica Flores for the Hispanicize Unidos Together Summit with the iconic Michael Peña. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I don't know about iconic. I think I got a lot more work to do if that's
No, you are iconic.
I appreciate it.
It's so funny you say that, because I've interviewed so many people, but when I had told my family that I was going to be interviewing you today, they were so stoked. I mean, I would definitely say you're iconic. You've played in some super iconic roles, but I always like to kind of take it back to the beginning, and your roots. You're from Chicago, and you have your parents were actually farm workers. So I want to know how that kind of shaped your life as a young kid. What are some of those lessons that you learned from your parents?
Well, my parents are from, like, my mom is from Charcas, San Luis Potosí, which is a super small town, and her and her family are very, very dark. And then you get my dad's side, who's Purificación, Jalisco, and they're very European looking. So it's like it's like two different worlds already to start with. And then they met in Chicago, they fell in love, they had us. And they were campesinos, they were farmers, growing up. And so it's weird. Like, in the movie that I'm doing now, it's kind of similar, because it's a, immigrant as well, and a migrant worker. But they worked hard, and that was kind of the norm, just working hard and the morale, even though we were poor, it was still pretty high in the household, because my dad was always had a job. My mom had a job. I had 2 full-time jobs when, in the summers, to try to pay for my prep school and stuff. So, like, that was just part of the game, and part of the struggle in a way. But it did teach me one thing, which is pretty kind of important, which is, like, discipline in a way, and discipline in a weird way, like, because I worked in a factory too, and it was hard, but at the same time, you knew that just doing the same thing over and over and over again, like, that's discipline, you know what I mean? And then you can get kind of through the day, it's a little different than motivation, you know what I mean? Because motivation could be fleeting. And that's the one thing that I really did learn about my parents, like my dad. Even if he was tired, he wasn't necessarily motivated to work on the porch or something like that, but he was disciplined, and he did that. So that's the one major thing that I got from my parents, I think.
I absolutely love that. Did they ever take you to the fields or anything like that? Did you ever experience it firsthand, or?
No, because we really didn't have vacation, because when I was in the summers, like, I had a full-time job. Like I said, I had 2. I worked in a factory, then worked in a library, and then, that actually turned out to be pretty good for sports, because I was, like, just, stacking pallets. And at first your back hurts and blah, blah, blah. All these kids are going off to wrestling camp. And, I was stacking pallets, not knowing that in the long run, it was going to that was a better kind of, like, wrestling camp than actually wrestling camp, because especially when you're 16, you're getting stronger, and not even knowing that, you're like, all of a sudden your back doesn't hurt as much, and then you're just telling stories and trying to, like, listen to stories as you're working. And there's a crazy awesome community in the Latin workforce, and that you kind of get used to it as well, which I try to put in as many movies as possible.
Absolutely. And what I come from a traditional Mexican family as well, Zacatecas. I think a lot of the times in our culture, our parents, in a sense, going into creative spaces like acting or music or anything in the creative industries sometimes is viewed as a risk, where your parents always really supportive of you kind of pursuing a more creative job in industry, or do they really want you to have more of like a, you know, one of those stable, traditional kind of jobs?
Yeah, you know, it was like when I told them, and I kind of just left. I left when I was 19, right before going to college or anything, and you know, my best friend's mom, Sylvia Torres, you know, I would do, you know, I didn't really have like the vocabulary to like describe some of the people that I was working with at the Board of Trade, so I would just imitate them. And, you know, I did that for my best friend's mom, and she said, you know, you should be an actor. And I was like, I think it's a little bit more involved than just like imitating, but it's something that I kind of still do even today, you know. So when I there was an open call in Chicago, and I went to it, and it was like a bunch of kids, you know, try to audition to be one of the kids in the Sidney Poitier movie of the week. And, you know, I tested for one of the kids, but I ended up not being, like, I was a featured extra. I was doing some extra work. But still, I was like, at the end of the day, I'm like, wow, this is kind of cool. I like it. And I got to watch, you know, Sidney Poitier, and I told my parents that I was just going to go to Hollywood. They're like, what are you going to do there? I'm like, well, I'll figure it out. And
they're like, how are you going to do that? Like, you know, to them, it's almost one of those like unreachable things, you know, it's a risk. It's definitely a risk.
Yeah. But if you think about it, like they were migrant farm workers, right? And they went to Chicago for a better life. And then, you know, my mom graduated high school here and I mean, in the States, and she was, you know, so she was living out a bigger dream than even, you know, as a migrant farm worker is like impossible. So to them, they're like, okay, yeah, let's see, you know, if it doesn't work out, like, you know, just get yourself a good job and blah, blah, blah. So I was doing what they already had done. But generationally speaking, like it was just, I was able to jump off like a higher, you know, diving board because of where they were able to put us at. When I went to Hollywood, like I didn't have a plan B, and I just, you know, I came back kind of skinny one year, and they were like, what's going on with you? It was like 6 months after. I'm like, you're not eating very much.
Yeah, they're like, they're concerned for you at this point. They're like, is everything good? Like,
yeah. And they, you know, but my dad, I remember him saying, like, you know, he's a man of few words, and he just said, you know what, like, just, you know, he's like, try to be good, no más que ser bueno, mijo. Like, he just wants me to be good, like, in a very, you know, humble way. He's like, just be very good, mijo. Just be good at what you do. That's it. And you know, it stuck with me forever. You know what I mean? That's the kind of thing where you just want to be good, you know, and because like he was good at everything. And so he, you know, he kind of taught me that he was a good boxer, a good soccer player, played until like into his 40s, and, you know, giving the guys in their 20s a run for their money, and was very tactical when it came to the game. And, you know, but that's all they told me. It's like they didn't even talk about success. They said, just be good. Try to be good as good as you can.
Wow. And, you know, when you made that transition into Hollywood, what were some of those first experiences that you had? Because, I mean, let's think about it. There's, I mean, thousands of people trying to break into this industry, right? You're this guy coming from Chicago, and it's so hard to get recognized, to get roles. You know, there's so many people that are auditioning for these roles. Do you remember those first initial times that you know you were in Hollywood and you were trying to get work, and how were you feeling in that moment? Of course, nerves, I'm sure.
I wasn't very nervous because it's
you weren't nervous.
No, I grew up in the hood where like kids were getting shot. I remember my first day of kindergarten. You know, like there was a kid with a knife trying to stab a crossing guard, and it's like, and so having a meeting where you just talk. I'm like, well, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, and then plus I'm like, I played sports. You know, I went downstate. And there was like you know, it was at, you know, U of I, and it was at a huge stadium, and I'm wrestling in front of all these people. Not only that, but then I actually figured out later, you know, as the you know, now that the pressure is more and more, we're like, you know, you have bigger parts in movies and stuff like that. I think that there's more pressure now for you to succeed, because if you suck, a lot more people are going to notice, and they're going to blame it just on you, you know? So I think there's more pressure on now. But what's crazy, what I realized, I'm like, you know, I was a hip hop head, and, you know, everybody in Chicago like dances, you know what I mean? Like there's house music, and like, there's also cumbia, there's like, you know, quebradita, like there's like different dances, and then like you're just gonna dance. Even if you can't dance, you're just supposed to dance. So, you know, obviously I'm breakdancing, and even if you're not good, everybody's having fun, like on the corner, just, you know, throwing ciphers and like, you know, rapping and stuff, like, and people just wanted to hear it, even if you weren't that good, to see if maybe you could pull off one line. You know, the geniuses obviously like pull off, like Lamar and those guys were, I mean, you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna stay in my lane, but it was still fun. And so like, and then singing at church and stuff, like, so I got all of my training kind of like in the hood, you know what I mean? Like spray painting murals and stuff. And, you know, instead of movement, there was breakdancing, you know, instead of speech, there was like, you know, freestyling. And so, yeah, so you get to, you know, and then when you're singing, it is a form of like acting in a way, you know, because you're trying to communicate a story or whatever it is. So I'm like, I definitely got my training, but in a totally different way.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I was watching a couple of your interviews, and you had mentioned your process as an actor. You know, I mean, I'm assuming you observe people because you like bringing, from what I understand, like real life characters into some of your roles, right? Like you watch documentaries, you kind of draw inspiration from people. What's the process of like figuring out whether, you know what, this person, this human that I'm observing could actually fit really well for this role? Like, how do you kind of decipher what would and wouldn't work?
So 9 times out of 10, like most of the parts that I get, like you know, that a project that I'm involved in, when I read it, I can see the person, right? And it's kind of like, it's not really formalized quite yet, but I can see like that there's like a kind of a stock image of who that is. And then sometimes I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll try this character, that person that I know, like not, he's like, it doesn't fit quite right. You know, like I remember doing End of Watch, and the guy was such a storyteller that I couldn't really do it in my voice. So I chose a friend of mine, you know, who's younger. He's like, he kind of talks like this and ends up like every little thing is like really important. And, you know, it's ba 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 ba. And then so I was like, oh, okay, I can put that into that character. And, you know, you have to rehearse it. But it just flows with the whole movement of the script and the story, you know, and then so then I kind of like have a loose, just kind of getting a little, you know, technical or whatever. It's like, so I have a loose kind of feel of what the story is. But then my big thing is where I always want to do is I read the script as many times as necessary so that I don't have to think about it and remember. Like, I just know the story, right? And then, of course, you have to know the character. That's the one thing, like, I know this guy, I know this character. It's not me. I can step into the shoes of it, right? In its shoes. But who's this character? Like, what's this character? And then you could see the movie, right? So first I want to see the movie before I jump into it. And then the way I jump into it is just, I really want to know the moment. You know what I mean? More than the dialogue, like I want to know the moment. Like, what is, you know, you're telling this person some dialogue, but are you telling the truth? Is it a tactic? Like, what do you want? Like, what do you need in terms of character? And to me, like, all story is like an intention. This guy wants to do this. How does he get there? What's the obstacle that he has? And then what is the tactic that he uses, right? So it's like, to me, that's storytelling for, you know, that's universal and forever in any other language. And then emotions come out of that, because if you don't get what you want, how do you react to it? So anyway, so it's like, I always, you know the script, know the character, know the moment, and then just do it, right? Just prepare enough so that you can let it flow and you can feel almost free while you're doing it. And the times that I haven't gotten there, I could tell, you know, that for my own approach to things and storytelling, because that's all we're doing is like we're telling a story. And I, you know, there's a couple times where I haven't hit it and I'm like, damn it, I didn't know the moment, or damn it, I didn't know the character well enough. You know what I mean? Like, you got to know the character almost like you know your parents, because you can imitate your dad saying something. You know, like, what would your dad say in this? What would your dad say in this situation? He's like, oh, he'd be like, no me gusta, mijo. No, pues no. You know what I mean? Say.
Absolutely, yeah. I love that. What was a role that you've had in the past that you really struggled with? Like, I'd love to know, because I mean, you do such an incredible job at all your roles. You're incredible at what you do. What was one that wasn't so natural for you?
I mean, all of them. Like, I remember
Really?
Crash. It's especially to like, for Latin actors now, I'm like, oof, that was a moment. It was a little rough in the beginning. Like, I couldn't get auditions. You know what I mean? Like, there was a thing called breakdowns where like it would be Caucasian only, you know what I mean? Like, for war movies, war movies in World War II, it's like Caucasian only, like, and then like it would be a big time director, and you're like, hey, can I? He's like, yeah, sorry, they don't think there was any Mexicans in World War II. And I was like, oh my god, I mean, there's books of it, and I couldn't audition for it. And so like I was like, screw it, and I'm like, I'm gonna do what I do, and just treat them like a 3-dimensional characters. And I kind of like playing characters that are not like me, so they're all kind of tough. Like Crash, for instance, like that was before I had a kid. So I'm like, what is it like to have a kid? Like, what is it really like? What is the feel, right? Because I didn't really know. I'm like, I love my nieces and nephews and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, they're cool. So I did a little. I'm like, they're cool, right? Like they're,
Yeah, like you're like, they're cool.
Yeah, but then I'm like, I didn't really have like a feeling. You know what I mean? Because they were over there, and I was like, what is it to have a daughter like I did in Crash? And what would you do? Like, what's the feeling? And my brother, he was always combed up, like always to the nines, shaved, blah, 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 like good looking dude, really charismatic too. I show up one day, and his hair is like this. And he's like, obviously sleep deprived, you know what I mean? He's like, hey Mike, what's going on, dude? Come in, dude. I show up, and I was like, well, this is interesting. When he had his first kid, and it was just so shocking. And then there was like a moment where he just held her. He's like, look at her, man. Damn, bro. And then he smelled her, and I was like, whoa, that's crazy, dude. Like, and then I was like, I was like, wow, he totally, instead of putting his attention on him, it went totally this way. So it doesn't care what, like, my love is there. I don't even feel it. It's all here. And then I started talking to him. He's like, what would you do? And he's like, Mike, it's crazy. Like, I would do anything for her. And that's when I started like looking. Yeah. And then that little line, I was like, wow, dude, you would? And he's like, Mike, it's crazy, Mike. Like, dude, if you were crossing down the street and, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, I would jump in front of a bus, Mike. I just would. And then I believed him, and I was like, that's it. Okay, cool. And then I went for the second audition for Crash with way more of an arsenal, right? And the weird thing is like, I kind of like, I auditioned for a doctor, before. And then so like, I was like, I don't know how to talk to a patient. How would I, So I remember I was talking, and I was like, and I finally got like a little wavelength, and I went to go visit a doctor, and how they talk very nice, and they want to make sure that everything is good. And so I didn't even get a callback on that, but I was like, I discovered something, and I was like, cool, I do that, and then I get what I learned with my brother, and then I put them together, the super loving, and just treat you, I just want to hear, all my attention is on you, and that was it. So there's like, you want to do all this kind of research, but apply it. You know what I mean? I just don't want to be in some theory. Like, I want to be able to apply whatever it is I'm doing. So that's when I, and it's a little harder to do it, but it's more rewarding. And so like Crash was really tough. I was so nervous when I was filming, because before that I would had 5 lines and less. I'm basically an extra, for almost 10 years. And so when we were filming, I was so nervous, because I was like, man, your confidence isn't up when you don't have those kind of opportunities. You know what I mean? And so, but at the same time, I was like, let's do this, man. And I remember I was saying my dialogue as I was like, like trying to box and stuff, and just so that I could get out of my head a little bit. But early on, like, just, you're a nervous wreck, because you know that sometimes some people only get one shot. and you have to make sure that you're like, you know, even if you know that it's your one shot, just do it. And that's like the fourth thing that I always think of, is you just got to do it.
Honestly, just even thinking about being on set, there's like dozens and dozens of people in the room, and they're counting on you to deliver these lines. They're counting on you to be, you know, obviously as impactful as possible. That just sounds so insanely nerve-wracking. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, can you imagine? I'm like, all of a sudden you got Don Cheadle, like it was Brendan Fraser, Matt Dillon, Sandra Bullock, like you get it, like, you know, all these people and all these people and all these people, and you're like, whew. I was glad that my part was like just on my own. And you know, you could just be as prepared as you can, and then just try to let it go.
Oh my! I wouldn't be able to even sleep the day before. Like,
I don't think.
But anyway, I did kind of want to tap into what you were talking about earlier, which is the Latino representation, and that, you know, early on in your career, it was difficult. It was difficult for you. How do you think, and why do you think things have now changed a little bit? And do you feel like things have changed?
I mean, I think that things have changed dramatically. I'm like, you look at TV shows and like, you know, Riverdale, there's Latinos in there, like, and it's now becoming part of the norm. I mean, is it up to the percentage of Americans? Like, not yet, you know what I mean? But I think more than anybody, what's changed, and I don't know if it's social media, I don't know if it's like just awareness, I don't know what it is. I think the audiences have changed. So they're accepting Latinos and, you know, all different ethnicities and orientations and everything, like to just, you know, hopefully, like at a certain point, we don't even have to talk about it. It just is, you know what I mean? And people are represented, and you know, without even having to push through it. But right now, there still has to be a little bit of a push, just for us to get to neutral, you know. And in the beginning, it was absolutely tough. It was tough. It was like all my friends were auditioning for, you know, these big movies, and then, to be honest with you, they would ask me to coach them on it. You're like, dude, what would you do? Blah, 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 and help me out. I was like, yeah, I would help them out. And a couple of times it was heartbreaking, because they're like, dude, why don't you audition for it? And I was like, man, I can't. They won't let me. They won't let you, dude. That's crazy, man. And so that, like, imagine being 19 years old and hearing that, like, and then for almost 10 years, you know what I mean? Hearing that, like, that you're meant to be, you know, 12th place is the best that I could possibly do with, like, maybe a scene, you know, like, it affects your psyche. But I think if you just keep your mind and your heart and your soul, like, tapped into that, like, anything is possible. Like, it sounds crazy, it sounds nuts, but if you really dedicate yourself and just use that discipline, like, I think, especially now, I'm like, oh man, you could do it. And I just want Latinos to go out there and just do good work. I mean, like, even on the TV side, we got, you know, Jacob Vargas and Jay Hernandez, Nicholas Gonzalez, you know, just Wilmer Valderrama, CSI, you know, like, they're crushing it on that end. And then we have, you know, these amazing singers that are, you know, like, doing genres and different, you know, crossover. Like, it's just super, in my mind, it's super exciting. More work to be done, but it's right now, it's a great time to take advantage. Wow. and be part of the movement, no?
Absolutely. And for you, who is your mentor in this industry that maybe people would be surprised to know? Who's somebody that's kind of guided you along the way? Because again, you don't come from parents that, you know, had the connections or hookups or anything like that. You really started from scratch. Who has been somebody that has kind of guided you along the way?
Well, you know, it's literally, it was just my parents, you know what I mean? Just
Wow.
knowing, like my dad was still working and then doing like sidewalks and stuff, you know, and he doesn't ask for any money, for any help, and, you know, he just does what he does, and he kept working. And I mean, I think learning discipline is a gift, you know what I mean? Because you, like I said before, like, motivation can be fleeting. It's like you're waiting to get motivated to do something. No, it's like 10 a.m. I'm gonna reread the script. All right, you know, from 12 to 2, I'm just gonna rehearse 10 pages, and then rehearse 10 pages, and then I'm gonna do it again, and I'm gonna do it again, and I'm gonna do it again, and do it again, and that, like, and I mean, that's everybody in Chicago. You know, Sylvia Torres, my best friend Andy Ortega, you know, my brother who's always working, my dad, and it all that came from the hardworking people. Like, my struggles, okay, yeah, they were more mental, and because of, you know, not thinking that maybe Hollywood doesn't want me or whatever it was, you know what I mean? But when you see people working hard day in and day out to put, you know, it puts you right back in your place, and you're like, dude, you're going for a dream. You know what I mean? Like, they're working, they're doing what they're doing. Like, so I took a lot of motivation and inspiration from them, because, and also not having a plan B, like, what am I going to do? Like, I just, so that was one thing. And then the other thing was obviously just studying like Marlon Brando, Al Pacino, you know, Dustin Hoffman, Robert De Niro, like all the guys in the 70s. You know, they were making, you know, films by Mike Nichols, and kind of being obsessed in a way with like just trying to be in good movies and just trying to be as good as I can be, you know. And then and I think that the biggest thing that for anybody is to try to keep that inspiration going. So that's more my job than anything. Is like, you know, if it's a play, if it's music that you're jamming to that makes, you know, keeps you out of the norm, like that's the real job in my mind, is like how to keep your inspiration, how to keep your motivation, because, you know, like I said, it could be fleeting, but like, you know, going to a concert, or, you know, when I couldn't afford a concert, I would walk by the Hollywood Bowl and listen to the music. You know what I mean? There's so many different ways that you can go about it, you know? You can be an understudy and know that you're never going to be on stage, but then you watch every day. So it's a long-winded answer, but inspiration and the people around me.
Absolutely. And one of my last questions for you is actually, you're slated to obviously come out in the upcoming feature film, Amazon Studios, A Million Miles Away. Apart from the fact, obviously, that you have that Mexican root connection, how did this role come together for you? How did you know that this was a role you absolutely had to play?
Well, you know, I first read the script and I thought the script was really cool. And then I talked to the guy, and it's a story about this migrant farm worker. Crazy. It's like a migrant farm worker where his parents make the decision to go to the United States because he's a gifted kid. But I think there's a lot of Latinos that are gifted, you know what I mean? They just have to be given the opportunity. And so they moved to, you know, for him to get to a good school. He ends up being an engineer. He ends up being, you know, the first migrant worker to go to space, and to think about like somebody who's working on the fields to one day go and just cross that atmosphere. I thought it was a great story, but then when I talked to him, he's like, "Hey, what's up, man? How are you?" "Yeah, you know," and I was like, "Wait a minute, what?" I was like, "Were you cholo?" He's like, Yeah, I was.
My God.
And so can you imagine like someone saying like, you know, the beryllium detectors need to be like, and that's like, I just thought, what a great character, like fish out of water. Yes, it is like a great like inspirational movie, but it's just like, you would never put two and two together, which I absolutely love. You know, so that's like what I was talking about before, knowing that character is like, I know that character. It's having that cholo like rise up and still keep that accent, and even when he was in space, you could still hear the accent. So Rosa Salazar's in it, Julio Cepeda, Veronica Falcon. They got some great actors, and then also the other deciding factor was Alejandra Marquez. I saw like this movie Las Niñas Bien. I was floored by it, and this Mexican director, she's amazing, and she wrote the script as well, and she was so locked in. I don't know if you saw that movie, but that movie's bananas. It was so good. I watched it twice, and I said, I'm totally in. Yeah.
I love it. And my final question for you is, obviously, as we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, we want more Latinos in big roles like what you're doing right now. We want more Latinos in these creative spaces representing us. What's your message for anybody watching this interview, anybody that's a fan of yours that wants to break out in these creative roles and represent? What's your message to those watching?
I mean, just because it helped me, discipline isn't a bad thing. Discipline is not a bad thing. It's not a punishment. you actually get enjoyment out of it. And at the end of the day, just trying to be good. Just try to be good. And the best that you could possibly be is a great representation for Latinos, right? And then, you know, and work, you know, I always like to keep tabs on my peoples and go to Chicago as much as possible. So like staying rooted and grounded, you know what I mean? There's something, you know, very powerful about that really kind of, you know, it's one of the hardest things in your life to be yourself, you know what I mean? And then just letting that flow through you, and your family has a lot to do with it, but just really being you, like that's, you know, you got to do a little bit of soul searching sometimes, and, you know, tough times definitely, you know, will show you who you are, but like keep fighting, keep persevering, because right now is a beautiful time to go on this crazy journey.
Wow, that is incredible. I am so obviously, you know, proud of everything that you've done, and we're thankful for everything that you're doing in those spaces, opening up doors for other Latinos. And I want to thank you so much for sitting down and talking to me a little bit. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning into the Hispanicize Unidos Together Summit. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I follow you, Jess, on IG, so I know how stoked you were about interviewing Michael Peña. Hey, come on, I would be too.
No, he truly is iconic. I was so excited. And remember, more than anything, we want to hear your opinions. So let us know what you think of the interview in the chat. And now, to continue celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with one of the most authentic traditions.
Así es. Remy Martin is honoring the spirit of excellence through the ritual of Sobremesa, the after lunch or dinner moment where authentic, compassionate, and genuine conversations are shared between new friends and old.
Throughout today's event, we're going to meet a group of friends who savor coming together thanks to Remy. Check out our first clip where the tradition of Sobremesa is explained to the uninitiated.
This was fun, guys. We should do it again.
We're just getting started. It's time for Sobremesa.
What?
Sobremesa. Ching. It's the most important part of dinner.
I thought dinner was the most important part of dinner.
Oh, you're serious?
That's a common misconception.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. The moment is here.
Yeah, it's
so
like,
fun.
it's
What is
lit.
it? We just sit here and share.
We start sharing.
Oh,
You gotta share. Share something.
yeah, share something.
This
Someone
is when you share
something.
something.
Someone share. Hey, what do you share? Why do you share something?
Share.
Share. Share.
Go to the bathroom.
You don't need to share that.
I mean, you should go.
Amen. Well, you may know her as a woman with no fee who won a treadmill and The Price is Right. That story, of course, went mad viral. But before that, you were already making a name for yourself in the competitive LA comedy scene. Girl, tell me a little bit about how you got your start in the business and how you decided to fight for your dream against all odds.
Thanks, girl. I was living in LA. My best friend was living in LA. She was trying to do theater, like black box, like Shakespeare theater, which why you would do that in LA is like, I don't even know. But she was living in Hollywood and her roommate was a stand-up. We started going to his shows. By the third show, was like, girl, he's not funny. I'm funny.
Why are we coming here?
Right? I'm like, I'm funny. We're funny. Like, how do we do stand-up?
Oh, so it was by seeing somebody that wasn't funny. That
100%.
Like,
Wow.
get this person off the stage.
Like, if you want to do stand-up, like, truly, just go to an open mic and you will see people who are not funny, some people who are, and you'll realize there are no stakes.
Like the bar's low.
The bar is very low, and no one here will remember you if you are not funny. Unless you keep coming back and continue to not be funny. You know,
Then you're in danger. But Danielle, you're a disability rights advocate who has spoken about the importance of diversity and all the time in every aspect. But how does comedy and activism coexist in your life? How do you manage both?
Definitely. Well, I mean, the fact that, you know, I'm Afro-Latina, I'm disabled, I use a wheelchair, I'm queer, like all those things, I can't separate any of those things. So that when I'm performing stand-up, I'm sharing about my life, I'm talking about my worldview, everything's coming from my perspective. So even if it's not political or activism in like a traditional sense, it is because you're being exposed to me, right? Like you're understanding that, oh, maybe we're not so different, right? We may not have the same experiences, but the specificity of my life is universal because everyone's got specific struggles or is dealing with different things. So, you know, also, whenever I show up to places, people have to consider, is this space accessible, right? How am I gonna get onto stage? How am I gonna use the bathroom? And if those are things you haven't thought of, well, maybe you should figure it out because it's 2022.
True.
Absolutely. And you know what? Your comedy is known to be bold, risque. How do you censor yourself as a comedian? And also, do you feel like every single topic can be turned into comedy?
Girl, I do not censor myself.
Ah, she said censor who?
Because people get offended so easily nowadays.
It's 2022. I think everything and anything can be funny. I think it just takes skill and takes hard work, right? Audiences are smarter now. They don't want to be punched down upon, right? They want jokes that are funny and intelligent, and sometimes a fart joke will do, right? But audiences they are speaking, right? They are going online and they're finding acts that speak to them, right? And a lot of those are Latinx acts, right? They're queer acts, they're disabled acts. Like, they are finding a community of comedians that speak to them and can make them laugh without being derogatory and just making them the butt of jokes. Like, I know so many people who don't traditionally want to go to comedy clubs because they feel like, I'm just going to be made fun of. This is like a toxic place. And I feel like comedy is really changing because so many more voices are being able to be heard. Right? And all those voices are joking about so many different things in really creative, smart, intelligent ways. So I'm excited. I'm just excited to see it. And, you know, if a joke isn't working, you make it funny. Make it funny. That's it. That's the whole job. Make it funny.
Totally. Absolutely.
Love it. Love the energy. Yes.
Absolutely. And I want to go a little bit off script with this one, but there's so many legends, and you hear about the world of comedy, you know, and between comedians. What's that like? What is it really like being
like meeting a legend?
Just being the comedians, and then, you know, what is that world like? And what do you advise to Latinas that want to break into comedy?
For sure. I think, you know, I've been really fortunate. I started comedy in Los Angeles, and I have been embraced by the LA comedy scene. So many people have looked out for me, gone to bat for me, given me great opportunities. Ida Rodriguez, she brought me to Sundance. You know, Maria Bamford, she had me open for her. Like, these are people who are established and who had to fight for their lane, right? And so, in comedy, I think, you know, if you're a Latina who wants to do this, show up. Show the fuck up, right? Find your girls.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Show up. Let these rooms know, because when I started, you know, it was a culture shock. Like, I grew up in LA, right? So my hang is other women of color, queers, right? I'm showing up into these spaces that are really cis, straight, white, and male. And that was shocking to me. I was like, this is not my friend group. But showing up and letting them know you're not scared, you're funny, you're in it for the long haul, finding other people to connect with that get you, and doing stuff together. Like, I started a show immediately called Gentrification. It was a diversity showcase, and I started it with my best friend Madison Shepard and Danielle Radford, and we were like, you know, big, thick bitches who just wanted to see comedians that made us laugh and that we related to. So it's like, find your tribe, uplift each other, and just keep going.
Amazing. Absolutely. 100%.
Oh my God.
It's the moral of the story.
Energy. Absolutely.
Be fearless. That's it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, okay, so for anybody that, you know, is watching this right now that maybe wants to tap into that comedy scene, what is the first steps they should take in doing so? Obviously, besides going to open mics, because that is so nerve-wracking. I mean, I can host all day, but do not ask me to be funny at any given point in time. Like, that's a whole nother skill set. So what's your advice for people like that?
You know, if you want to do it, you just got to figure out a way to get up on stage. Get up on stage. The more you do it, you know, like riding a bike, the easier it becomes, and you learn different things, and it sucks to bomb. Like, no one loves to, we don't love to bomb.
Have you ever bombed?
Oh, yes. Oh, I have bombed. I have very, very much. I bombed very, very hard. But the thing is, like, when you bomb, you want to pick yourself up and go right back out there. Like, I want to prove, like, oh, I can fix it. I know what mistake I made, and I'm going to try it this way now, and I'm going to get them next time. You know, like that,
oh my God.
that desire to want to overcome. Like, if you don't have that, I don't know if stand-up's for you. But if you got it, keep at it and keep doing it. Like,
lesson learned. So it's be fearless. And Daniela, we want to thank you so much for joining us today and being with us. I'm sure everybody streaming is feeling right now inspired as us in the studio right now. So follow Danielle Perez on everything and help us spread the word using the hashtag Unidos Together. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Yes, girl. Ooh, girl, I liked your energy.
hell yeah.
Oh. Crazy. For our next We Are Me Through Fireside Chat, we have a master of the DIY, or should I say DIY. Welcome creator and craftsman, entrepreneur, Luis Octavio. Yes. Luis, from the highly successful monthly art pop-up Molcajete Dominguero to your DIY TikTok channel, you embrace your Latino identity in everything you do. Do you feel like that's kind of your magic sauce?
It is my magic sauce, porque ¿qué más magic sauce necesitamos más que nuestra latinidad? Come on.
Yeah, it's true. It's the best answer. But you know, I just want to know, did you get into crafts just by, or and the DIYing, doing yourself stuff, like naturally, or this was something that at home your parents were helping you, you know, get familiar with? How did it all start?
You know, I think it's kind of natural for many Latinos, especially in my case, porque my parents migrated from Mexico, and so we didn't have a lot of things. We had to do with whatever we had, right? So we actually lived in a trailer behind a parking lot, and we didn't have a restroom. So I remember vividly my dad having to create this frame and hang some cortinas so that we can shower. And I remember thinking in my head, wow, that's ingenious, right? Because I didn't know where we were going to shower. So I think it all started from there, and then from my travels to Mexico, all over Mexico, and that inspires me. My Latinidad, my Mexicanidad inspires to do what I do today.
Wow, I love that. And you've built such an incredible community online, such an incredible following of people that support everything you do. How does somebody build that community? How does somebody build a sense of, you know, you're in a sense inspiring so many people. How do you feel like somebody can successfully do that online?
You know, I have to say, as cliche as this may sound, you just have to be true to yourself and what you like. O sea, don't worry about que se mire bonito, que esto, que el otro. As long as it looks good to you, forget about the rules that are out there and just, as I say, DIY, porque a veces se mira muy chido and it looks so good that you're like, güey, it looks great.
Hey! And Katya, you say that your first language is not Spanish and it's not English, that it's Spanglish. So, ¿cuál es tu palabra favorita en Spanglish?
Well, I have several words that I love, but the first one is conflays, because come on, who did not grow up eating conflays en las mañanas, los fines de semana, while watching cartoons? I have a love-hate relationship with the word marqueta because I hated going to the marqueta with my parents because we didn't have a car. So we literally had to take the groceries in the carrito all the way back home, and that was kind of embarrassing sometimes. But I love going to la marqueta now, for sure.
Yes. Incredible. So what is your, what's your advice to people that want to start a business or kind of build a community and be really, really successful at it? Because you've done it. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that are watching this that say, I want to do what he does. Like, I want to go out and actually follow my passions and my dreams, but maybe they're afraid to do so because they're afraid that maybe they won't be successful at it.
I think the first thing is knowing that we're not reinventing the wheel many times, right? And you have to give credit where credit is due. So I've seen other DIYers que, for the most part, are gringos. And I'm like, wait, I think I can mexicanizar eso que están haciendo. But I make sure to give credit where credit is due. And I say, I've been inspired by this. Many other items I do, me salen de la cabeza. And sometimes my dad says, ¿y ahora qué vas a hacer? But I think that at the end of the day, he's one of my biggest supporters, and I put him on the TikToks. I call him Papiringo. And so just be, again, true to yourself. Ahorita estoy peinado. I always wear a hat, and many people think I'm bald, pero miren, si tengo pelo. But just be authentic to yourself.
What happens when you're like blocked creatively, and where do you find your inspiration for that? You know, how do you break that wall and just be like, okay, me voy a poner a hacer crafts, me voy a poner hacer esto, lo otro? ¿Dónde consigues esa motivación?
Pues si tengo dinero, me voy a México directamente. I live very close to Tijuana, and so taking a flight from there is very easy. Because again, the mercados, the tianguis, las fondas, los puestos de tacos, all of these things really do inspire me, and they're a big part of who I am. So I always look into that. Y nunca falla, I will always get an inspiration behind that.
I love it. There is inspiration literally everywhere you look. So thank you so much for joining us today and giving us a little piece of your story. Make sure you guys follow him on all social media platforms. And if you guys want more content like this, make sure you guys stream. You guys visit wearemitu.com for more inspiring content like the ones you're doing. So thank you.
Gracias. Thank you for having me here.
Hey, and that's not it. That's not it, because you can also visit Hispanicize.com.replay to watch again everything we're doing right here. You're not missing anything. You can watch it all over again. Hispanicize.com/replay.
Of course. And remember, we want to hear your thoughts, so don't forget to participate in the brief survey on our replay page on Hispanicize.com and tell us how we can keep evolving the Hispanicize #Unidos Together experience.
It's all about doing it for the community, guys. Así que así seguimos adelante, ¿no?
Absolutely. Thank you.
And you know, speaking about getting inspired, our friends at Walmart are proud to cast a spotlight today on some amazing Latin content creators.
Walmart is honored to amplify the passions that fuel us as Latinos and enable us to thrive. Together with our Hispanicized community, Walmart wants to celebrate how together somos más. Check it out.
We celebrate our Hispanic culture 365 days a year, rain or shine. But during Hispanic Heritage Month, we like to add a little sazón, or seasoning, how we like to call it.
Porque los latinos somos perseverantes, somos trabajadores, llegamos siendo desconocidos, pero en un 2x3 somos amigos.
This is my grandma, and today we made a brazo de reina.
O pionono, en Colombia es típico.
We've had it in our family for many years. Salud.
My roots make me proud of all that I am and the people I represent.
Mis raíces me enorgullecen de todo lo que soy y de las personas que represento.
Somos tíos, somos padrinos, aprovechamos las oportunidades y las convertimos en realidades, sin olvidarnos de nuestras prioridades, la familia.
My roots make me proud of all that I am and the people I represent. Cheers, guys.
Happy Hispanic Heritage Month.
Somos comunidad y together somos más.
Together somos más with Walmart.
La verdad que qué padres son esos Latino content creators, ¿verdad, mi Jess?
Yes, definitely.
And well, to view a sampling of amazing products by Latino creators, be sure to shop at walmart.com/together somos más. Or check out the Walmart exhibit hall today for more.
And everybody streaming all over the world, we have great giveaways for you.
Así es. And visit our sponsor exhibit hall at Hispanicize.com for a chance to win $100 gift cards and a grand prize of an iPhone 14.
Yes, and scan the QR code right next to the player for a chance to win one of our fantastic Hispanicize #Unidos Together gift bags.
Y eso no es todo. For our next celebrity keynote, we have a super gifted Latino actor and singer, someone who makes us feel truthfully represented every time we see him on the screen. Because a pesar de todo, he's like so many of us, a humble barrio boy with a big dream.
Yes, he was in the original cast of Broadway's smash hit Hamilton, which makes him part of American history. Please enjoy an inspirational chat with Anthony Ramos. And after that, please share your thoughts in the chat.
Welcome to Hispanicize Unidos Together. I'm Ann Vasquez, journalist and CEO of EdSource, and today I get to sit down with Grammy-winning, Golden Globe, Emmy-nominated recording artist and actor, Anthony Ramos. Anthony, thanks for being here.
Thanks, Ann. That's a very nice intro.
It was a mouthful, but man, you pack in a lot. You pack in a lot. So you grew up in Brooklyn, and your roots are Puerto Rican. So talk to us about how that shaped you, both then and now.
It's shaped who I am in a big way. Like, that's such a huge part of my identity, right? Like, my grandmother grew up in Puerto Rico and came to the States, and then, my mom was born in New York, and then obviously me, my brother, my sister, we grew up in New York, and we had a lot of Boricuas in our neighborhood, and our whole family, like, music, food, our Boricua-ness, if you will, was very, it was a big part of our upbringing. Moms was always playing, like, Tito Rojas and Mark Anthony and all those guys, and Tito Puente and Willie Colon in the crib, like, so we grew up, with that, and especially like the New Yorican life and culture is a little different from growing up on the island. You know, especially the more I go to the island, the more I be like, oh wow, New Yorkers are like a specific thing. You know, like freestyle music was such a big part of our life, right? And you know, just like going to the boardwalk and listening to Ray Vasquez DJ in Coney Island, like, you know, so it was you know, just our culture is, you know, in our family is super important to us, you know, and you know, eating rice and beans every day, like, you know,
it's a staple. Rice and beans are a
staple.
It just is. Yeah. And so you took that into your career. I mean, you know, it's who you are, but it feels like in the roles that you've taken on, you've also brought that with you.
I think Latino roles were very scarce, you know, especially like lead roles in anything for a long time, especially when I started. I mean, now we're seeing, I think there's more diversity in the business, but like, especially when I first started, I was like, yo, what? How, like, it felt almost impossible to get cast in anything. I was like, yo, like, will anybody give me a role? You know what I'm saying? Like, I was in college trying to learn how to dance because I was like, yo, like, I can't get a lead role. So if I learn how to dance, I could be there was always like, it'd be like the 2 black characters and 1 Latino, and they put them in like the ensemble, and all the leads would be like white, and I'd be like, yo, like, but can one of us get a shot? Like, you feel me? Like, and but I think, you know, shows like In the Heights and things like that, and obviously I did Hamilton, and you know, and I really started in doing those and having those opportunities and seeing, you know, you know, seeing, having examples of other artists, you know, really implementing their culture and in what they do. I was like, yo, every single role I do, I want to instill that in the role. You feel me? Like, I'm like, you know, when we shot Transformers, I say, yo, I want a big Boricua Puerto Rican flag in his bedroom.
So let's talk about you landing the role of Usnavi, and you were in that limited run at the Kennedy Center back in the day. And is it strange that every time I say Usnavi, I want to sing it? I mean, honestly, I want to sing the name.
Sing it. Go ahead.
Usnavi, right? So you have so many talents, musical theater being one of them. What drew you to musical theater?
Singing was my favorite thing. Is my favorite thing. Writing songs is my favorite thing to do. Right. So I you know, when I was in high school, I auditioned for what I thought was a talent show. It ended up being a musical. I thought I was just gonna get up there. You know, I thought it was a show. I was gonna get up there, sing one song, and I'd be done with it. And I ended up being a musical when I got a lead part.
What musical? What musical was it?
It was this show that the students wrote. It was called Love Conquers All, and it was just it was a show that the students wrote. They put it together, and we it was like a jukebox musical, but I don't think we couldn't get the rights to the songs or anything like that. So the students rewrote every single song, like we did a rendition of like Baby It's Cold Outside, but it was called Baby It's You I Love, and I played the role of Zeus. You know what I'm saying? And I'm singing it to like Hera, you know, you know, but it was I was wearing like this ridiculous like blanket of a cloak. You know what I mean? Like I was wearing like a Burger King crown. Like it was wild. I had way too much makeup on, but I was.
So you were hooked. You were hooked.
I was hooked. I got on stage and I was like, yo, I love this. I love this. So I just kept going with it, you know, and you know, singing. I was like, wow, I could sing and I can act at the same time when I'm doing this shit. Like, I'm like, yo, this is kind of fire. I was like, maybe I'll just keep going, you know, and it was like I was playing baseball in high school. That was my first love, my passion, and you know, I hadn't done anything in my life that nothing in life made me feel like what I felt when I was playing ball, but you know, when I got on that stage, I was like, oh, this is until I got on that stage and I performed. I was like, damn, I want to keep doing this. And I was just hooked. I was like, yo, I gotta keep doing it. So I kept going.
And so landing that role for that limited run at the Kennedy Center, what, you know, clearly that that was a significant moment. And then you translated that onto the big screen. What were some of the challenges there, or were there challenges taking it from the stage to the screen?
They told us it was going to be a reading, but it was actually a full-blown performance we were doing at the Kennedy Center. So we had 2 weeks to learn this whole show. And that was challenging. I was trying to learn the whole show and be prepared in 2 weeks to put on 7 performances at the Kennedy Center. And I had never played the role before. And I was familiar with the music, but it was my first time diving into the role. But I loved it. I love that show. I love, that was the first show that I saw on Broadway where I was like, dang, like maybe there's a space for me in this world of acting and theater or whatever. I just couldn't, because there weren't any roles. There wasn't anybody on Broadway that I could be like, oh yeah, that guy. He's like me, or I'm like him rather, or whatever. And finally I'm like sitting there watching the show, and I'm like, yo, everybody sounds like me. They look like my cousins. You know what I'm saying? They're singing music that feels familiar to me, and it just gave me this boost, this extra confidence that I needed at that time, especially after graduating and going on so many auditions and feeling like, damn, I ain't getting shit out of here, nothing. And finally feeling like, oh, okay, nah, but you know what, I gotta keep going, cause I could maybe one day be in something like this, and 10 years later, it had to be 10 years later, something like that. I get the part at the Kennedy Center, and I do it, and Lynn sees the show. Lynn tweets this whole thing. Lin-Manuel's like, yo, he says something like, imagine, you tap danced your whole life, and you were great at it, and then all of a sudden, and I'm just paraphrasing, but you take your shoes and you put them in a box, you hang them up, you put them in a closet in your room or something like that, and you grow older, you have a kid. And one day, you're just sitting downstairs, and all of a sudden you hear noises coming from upstairs, and you walk up the stairs. You're hearing noises coming from this room. You open the door, and it was your kid. Took your tap shoes, and he's tapping better than you ever could, or something like that, or better than you've ever heard, or something.
That gave me chills. That image, yeah.
Crazy, and it was like that. The shoes fit him better than they ever fit you. And you realize in that moment that they were always meant for him. And he said that's what it feels like watching Anthony Ramos play Usnavi. And that was it was wild. When I read that, I was like, I can't believe that. My whole family was bugging. They're like, yo, wait, you saw that tweet? I was like, yeah, I saw that tweet.
His tweets are pretty epic. That's a pretty epic one right there, though, I gotta say. Yeah. So then you went on to play 2 roles, not one, but 2 roles in Hamilton. What was that experience like? And at what point did you get the sense that, man, what we're doing here is pretty groundbreaking and special?
Yeah, well, Hamilton came before In the Heights. It was crazy. Hamilton was my first Broadway show. It was my only Broadway show. I've only been on Broadway once. Thank God, only. But I'm saying only because. But yeah, I was blessed to be on Broadway. One time in that show. And I was 22. I was it was wild. I knew that show was special though. There are very few moments I think in life where you feel like you can predict the future. But
yep.
I was
that was one of them.
Yo, this is a smash. People ask me all the time. They're like, yo, did you know? And I always tell people, I'm like, yeah, I did.
Yeah. First rehearsal,
rehearsal.
Before.
Soon as I heard the music, and Leslie started singing, Leslie Odom Jr., and he started singing. This was in 2014. This was not even. We weren't even in production yet. This was just a workshop. We were doing 3 performances for investors and producers and people in the industry, for people to just come see, the show before it was actually going to go off Broadway to the Public Theater downtown in New York. And we did in the first rehearsal, I was looking around is anybody else listening to this? This shit is crazy. I was like, this is a smash. I'm talking about like I was so addicted to the music, I was listening to it on the train. Like there was no album yet. This is what I'm talking about. I was listening to demos because they sent us demos of all the songs so we can learn them before rehearsal. It was just demos of past workshops, like they had done one like 6 months prior to the one we were doing, and I was just listening to. It was just a recording on a phone of whoever, Leslie singing or Philippa singing, because they were in the show before me, and I'm just listening to this, and I'm like, this is crazy, this is wild, and yeah, sure enough, we got to Off-Broadway and it blew up. It was wild. Everybody and their mother was coming to the show. It was bananas. Every day there was somebody. And then by the time we got to Broadway, the word was getting out off Broadway. By the time we got to Broadway, it was over. It was everybody.
It was crazy. I mean, I remember those days and that time. It was crazy. And then I feel like you got a whole other wave during the pandemic when Disney Plus picked it up. I feel like there was a similar craze. I know myself and my daughter, we stayed up to watch it, all of it, the minute it landed on the app. So, it feels like that. It just has a really long tail of impact, and it just keeps going. It just keeps going.
It was wild when it came out on Disney Plus. It was supposed to have It was supposed to have a theatrical release, and then they were like, "Yo, it's coming on Disney Plus." And, it came out, and when it came out, a lot of people were like sending DMs and things like, "Yo, thank you guys for putting this out. We really needed this right now at this time." So I think it was a blessing that it was like this gift in the middle of this, what is one of the wildest times I think we've experienced as a generation.
Really, it was a bright spot, and it was right. It was Independence Day, right? It was right. I mean, so it was, the stars aligned to really make it even more meaningful than I think it could have even been. So thank you for that. That was really a special moment. So let's move into music. You've released a couple of studio albums in recent years on Republic Records. Yeah. So what's your dream as a singer, as a songwriter?
Again, my favorite thing is writing songs. I think my dream is it's already happened. With people sending DMs like, "Yo, that song." I got a DM like not too long ago. You're like, "That song saved my life. That album saved my life." And I was like, "Wow, like, thank you." And I think as an artist, that's really all you want. You want people to feel like your music gives them hope. Whether I don't know. You want them to feel. I want people to just listen to my music and be like, "Yo, dang, like that made me dance. That made me cry. That made me." That song that beat was deep, that beat was wild, or like that, the lyrics are crazy, that speaks directly to my life, I think
what styles most influence your music? Like how would you describe it?
R&B is a huge influence in my life, and reggaeton. I grew up listening to reggaeton. Like I'm talking about like when it first started blowing up, like Dago and Don Omar and all them cats. Like, I was Tony Dice. Like, I was burning all those guys' records, Zion y Lennox, through the ground. So it's dope to see. It's dope to see reggaeton be, especially like what Bad Bunny's doing, and he's like the #1 artist in the world right now. And to see, what he's doing and how he's, how people like him and J Bow, all these guys, and Daddy Yankee, all them dudes, the guys that even came before him, right? These dudes paved the way for now, reggaeton being mainstream. It's not something that's separate from, it's not like that other thing. It's not that Latin thing anymore. It's like, this is like, this is, you know what I'm saying? And I think it's, that's special, and all of that music has influenced me, R&B, hip hop, reggaeton, like growing up, and salsa. My mom was always playing salsa in the apartment, so that all of that is instilled in my music, especially in my next record. I'm working on the 3rd album now, and I was really like, how do I really tap into in a deeper way my Latin roots, and in the Caribbean vibe, really like, when I go to Puerto Rico, how do I feel, and really, it's like weaving in these R&B melodies, right, with this Latin flavor and this Caribbean flavor, you know, and really, you know, I'm working with this producer named Mikael Brun from Haiti, and he's so incredible. This dude is like a genius, you know. He's brilliant, and I'm really excited to expand now, you know, expand the sonics of my music and really like, you know, and it's still always, everything is lyric driven, right? It's story first always, but you know, diving in, you know, in a deeper way.
So you have so many different talents, as we've talked about. What's next for you, like immediately next for you, and what advice would you give those who might just be trying to break in?
What's next for me? I mean, I'm working on this third album right now, and so that's a work in progress right now. Putting the records together, and you know, I'm about to shoot. I'm shooting a couple things, something in New York. I'm gonna go shoot something in LA, and then I'm gonna go on vacation. My birthday is coming up in November 1st. So I'm out. Like, I'm gonna do something. I've been shooting this show out here for Marvel since June. So it's been a really fruitful experience. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm ready to just like kind of finish strong and go take a vacation with my friends.
Overdue.
But I think, yeah, 100%. You know what I'm saying? But I think for anybody who's starting out, you know, and it's different. You know, it's the business changes every day, really, and like especially after the pandemic, like everything's different. You know, it's very different. It was different from when I first, you know, when I started. You know, like, but I say hard work, you know, and being prepared, you know, like nobody could take that away from you. You know, if you show up and you're prepared, like, you know, you did everything you could to be ready. You know, they always say, what is it? Is stay ready so you ain't gotta get ready. But I truly believe that, like, yo, if you prepared, you locked in, you ready, you know, opportunity tends to find you. You know, people always like, you gotta be at the right place at the right time. You do have to be at the right place at the right time. You also gotta be prepared for when you get to that, whatever place that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta have that song ready. You gotta have that. You gotta be ready to make that move on the drop of a dime. That opportunity comes along. You know, you gotta be ready to, you know, to make your dreams happen. So I tell, especially you know young folks who are just starting, you know, like teenagers or whatever, people coming out of college. I'm like, yo, like, there's no substitute for hard work. You bust your ass, you work hard. People see that. People notice it. You know what I'm saying? Respect people you work with. Work hard. And show up. Half the battle is showing up. You know, some people just can't. They can't even do that. They literally can't do that. You know, when you show up, you already halfway there. And then if you're prepared, you're more than like you're right there. Then it's that little bit of like dust, pixie dust. You know, that you need that. The opportunity, the blessing comes, you know, like that's out of your control. But there's so much of it that is in our control. Just be ready, always.
So, okay, we have just a couple of more minutes, and I'm thinking we can do some quick rapid fire questions. First thing that comes to your mind, if you could go back in time and you could talk to your younger self, what would you tell him?
Like, bro, chill out. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. A friend of mine said something so good. She said, I don't take anything personal anymore. Because it's not personal. Like, and when I'm able to not take things personal, I can let things go, and I can love in a deeper way. I can let go of things a lot easier. I can focus a lot more, right? Like, when I'm just not taking things personal. And I thought that was so good. I was like, yo, like, and I wish I could tell you younger me, like, bro, don't take it personal, bro. Just keep working, keep going, keep grinding. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be okay. Like, it's gonna be good. It's all good. Just stay focused.
Chill out.
Chill
out and don't take it personally.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so what was or what has been the best advice you've ever received?
Lynn said something to me that was so good one time. He said, I was talking, and we had like a rehearsal or something like that, and we're in the theater, and I like cracked a joke or something, and I felt a little self-conscious about how I said it or whatever, and I was like, damn, yo, I gotta stop talking like this. I feel like I talk too hood. He said, you don't have to change the way you speak, you just need to make sure people understand you. I was like, oh shit, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And I think that moment, I don't even know if I've told him this though, so he knows, but that moment changed. That moment was really impactful on my mindset moving forward.
That's great. That's great. Okay, so last question. We're in the middle of celebrating our culture, our Latino culture this month. We celebrate it year round, but officially we're celebrating it this month.
Yeah.
What message do you want to leave those who are watching? What message do you want to leave them with?
I think, especially for my Latinos out there, embrace who you are. Lean into your culture, right? Like we're a melting pot, and I think that's what makes it so special. We're this mix of different things, right? If you're Boricua, the African and Taino and Spanish, and like wherever all through the Caribbean islands, or wherever you come from, like embrace that, and bring it to everything you do, right? We never need to be ashamed of that. We don't need to dumb it down for nobody, or like, if anything, lean in. Let's bring people into our world, into our culture, right? We show them, who we are, wherever you're from, like, I think it's like, that we just lean into that, because that's how people really, they discover or see, right, how special, we are, so I think, again, going back to my work, and like you asked earlier, like, I do my best to bring it to every role I play, because I'm like, I may never get this opportunity ever again to show, and to give this little piece of who I am and this piece of my culture in this way ever again, so it's like, if I can drop a nugget here and throw a flag there and throw a line that only my family or Latinos would understand, or Cubans or whoever would understand and laugh at, because they're like, that's something that my uncle would say in the house or whatever, I'm like, yo, I try to do that, because I'm just like, like that's how we bring people in, it's about just bringing people in. Don't be afraid to bring people in. Yeah.
Don't be afraid. Yes. Well, Anthony, thank you so much for taking the time today, and for joining us, and for everyone watching for joining us at Hispanicize Unidos Together.
Man, I love this conversation. He's gifted. He never stops fighting. He's humble. What's there not to like about Anthony Ramos?
Absolutely. And you know what, Enrique? La humildad is something very strong, so beautiful, and extremely rewarding. And there's nothing more rewarding than being a caregiver to those you love, both young and old.
And that's why, here to help us all get a head start on celebrating National Family Caregivers Month, which takes place every November, our friends at Centrum have teamed up with the beautiful and talented Alejandra Espinosa, who sent us a special message. Let's take a look.
Hola a todos. Hi everyone. It's Ale, and I wanted to share an important message with you guys. You know how much we love our families, right? Our parents especially have been there for us all of our lives, and it's so important to give back that love and care they gave us growing up. That's why I'm so happy and proud to be partnering with Centrum Silver for the upcoming National Family Caregivers Month in November. Stay tuned for more Caregiving con Cariño, brought to you by Centrum Silver. And I don't know, in the meantime, you can check out this link for more information.
Yes, I am so excited right now, because it's finally time to unveil our hashtag Unidos Together 2022 gift bag.
And while Jessica and I get ready here, all of you streaming today, you could win a gift bag just like this. All you have to do is scan the QR code you see on your screen And do it now, porque la bolsa está full de cosas maravillosas. No se la quieren perder.
Exactly. So we're just going to go through it. You guys, you're going to get some of these. It's like a drink sleeve. Really, really cool. Shout out Twang. And of course, right here, we have Twangorita. So this is kind of that rimming salt. Look how cute that is.
Para que se tomen su traguito con cariño.
For the margarita.
Yep.
And then this is you add this to your beer. It's kind of like this salt. You add a dash of it. This is awesome. Thank you so much. You guys have a charging port. I know we all need that. You know when you guys are on 0 or 1% or 3%, this right here comes in handy.
It's a lifesaver.
Yeah, shout out Warner Brothers Discovery for this. We also have Pickle and Punch right here. Twangers Classics. This looks really, really cool. Pickle flavored salt. And we have this soap right here, Some Jabón Soap Barrio, El Chico del Apartamento 512. Oh, I love this. So different kind of themed soaps right here. So
Así
cool.
es, pero eso no es todo. Aquí hay una bolsa entera llena de cosas. So, let's take a look. Oh, look. Okay, so you have a cool t-shirt right here. Señala, a ver.
Okay,
a
a Me Too t-shirt. Yes, rep.
Qué bonita. Aquí, guacalo. Mira, las medias. Del personaje de Me Too. I mean, para que se luzcan con los amigos. Mira qué bonitas las medias, están preciosas.
Yes, I love it. Guacardo, we love him here.
For working out, yes, mira.
Working out, take it on the go, a little flask.
Pon un poquito de agua, para hiking, lo que quieras. This is good. I mean, this is cool too. Look.
Oh, I love that.
Es como una bolsita, ¿no?
Yeah, it says, ¿pa qué highlighter si tú brillas sola? I love that. Put some of your makeup items or whatever.
Y regresa nuestro amigo Guacalo right here con un journal, so you can write all of your adventures and everything that's happening in your life.
All your thoughts, all my journal
Qué bonito está.
So cute. Yeah. I love it.
Ya va, que todavía no se acaba. Todavía hay más. There's more here. There's more.
The gift that keeps on giving right here.
Otra t-shirt. Mira.
Oh, I love that. So we have the Hispanicize Unidos Together 2022 Summit. So you guys can also rep that as well.
Y todavía hay otra cajita, pero ya yo curiosidad más o menos de qué era la cajita. And this is a charger for the battery, for the Warner Brothers.
Oh, great.
Yep.
Cool.
So, hello.
Look.
Yo quiero una de estas.
I mean, I want one.
Hell yeah.
Are we going to get one?
Christmas came early.
Christmas did come early. We also have an exciting surprise from our friends at 23andMe, but hold your horses. That's for later, so stay tuned. Trust me. You guys are going to want to stay tuned.
So much cool stuff. I wish I could win one. Well, maybe I'll win one. Who knows? But you can at home or wherever you stream us right now. So just scan the QR code you see on your screen. Y buena suerte.
Baby, I am America. I'm a stranger just like you.
I am America.
I am America.
Yo soy América.
I'm your neighbor.
Your coworker.
Your friend. Your family.
I'm an LGBTQ American, and I'm fighting to keep you healthy.
I am fighting for a country that uplifts racial justice.
Protects transgender Americans. That provides access to the American dream.
All right, you guys. I think this next segment, Hispanic Kitchen, is going to be my absolute favorite. I mean, do you smell all the ingredients happening right here?
Te vi que vienes con hambre y me la pegaste. Ahora me dio hambre a mí también.
Exactly. That, but also we're going to eat deliciously because we have with us Chef Jasmine Hernandez, owner of Chicana Plant-Based Scrub, not too far from here in Fullerton, actually. So, bienvenida.
Bienvenida.
Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, so I wanted to bring something familiar to everybody. I wanted to do things we've grown up with, not something you're not too aware of. So most of us have eaten chile rellenos. I brought a variety of both, like a ground beef. It's all plant-based, of course, and then a vegan cheese. So yeah, I'm gonna put it on a bed of free-fried beans for you guys, and then we'll see how it turns out.
I mean, I'm sorry, this looks a lot like meat.
It tastes exactly like it, and honestly, everything's becoming so accessible nowadays. It's almost as simple as buying your normal groceries.
I love it. It's so funny because if you were to bring this to like a family party, they would never know. They would never know.
How fun it would be to just punk them. Just like, oh, here it is. And they're all like, yum, yum, yum. This is so good. Oh, it's vegan.
You know what? Sometimes it does happen. It happens and the vegan food is gone first. So, we could.
Yeah, let's do it.
You guys are ready. So I have these already, you know, we roast them, we fry over the fire, we go ahead and steam them, peel them. I kind of did all of that.
So you prepped them?
Yes, so they're all prepped, so we don't have to worry about that. I'm gonna go ahead and just fill these up. I'm gonna fill these ones up with both meat and cheese.
Wow.
These ones are already filled with either cheese or beans. Cheese or meat. So you're gonna get one or the other. Unfortunately, I forgot to mix them.
So some,
it could be either or. You can mix and match. Okay, cool.
So typically, just so for the audience, you're gonna go ahead. These are already peeled. You make a slit on the side.
Okay.
You go ahead and fill it. Literally, you could fill it with anything you want. If you don't like the meat products, the mock meats, you could fill it up with zucchinis, whatever your preference is. Allergies, if you have that. I'm not gonna go ahead and stuff all of it since we already have some prepared.
Okay.
But we are gonna go ahead and fry it here. So when you're battering, typically the big thing in chiles rellenos is that they are battered with egg. So the difference here is you can actually totally replace it. It is slightly different in texture and the way it cooks, but we'll take it. You know?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we'll take what we can get. It's a vegan dish. I mean,
looks really good.
Exactly. So everything is toothpicked together. I'm gonna go ahead. The first thing, we literally just put flour, and this is just so in the first step, we want to make sure that the covering or the dredge or the egg replacement is gonna stick.
See, I always would have thought that the flour comes last because it's you know, the crunchiness or whatever. So it goes first.
If you're doing like fried chicken and stuff like that, yes, it would go last. But even in fried chicken, they always do this step just to make sure that it sticks on and that really good seasoning from the top and the crust doesn't fall off.
Well, I'm taking notes because I do not know how to cook, so I'm over here like, whoa.
I'm taking notes because I want to repeat this at home.
So far, we've only roasted chilies. You get any filling you want.
Cool.
Fill them. Make sure to toothpick a weave, not really straight, or it'll just come right apart.
Wait, what do you mean weave? So like in, out, almost like you're sewing the toothpick into the,
Just because if you just go straight through, it's going to go ahead and just pop open in the hot oil.
Tiene su ciencia, tiene su ciencia.
So this is our replacement for egg. So instead of, breaking an egg and, kind of whisking it, all we did here is, again, flour. Flour is your friend in this recipe. You get to put your own seasonings. I put like garlic powder. I mean, you could go as crazy as you want. You could put comino, whatever.
I was going to ask you. So the seasoning is here because what went in there, it was just like the meat and
stuffing,
the cheese and everything. The flavors on top of the chile.
Exactly. And then I did feel to mention earlier, in the seasoning, this is like ground beef, right? So you get to put your own seasonings. Cumin, whatever you see fit, whatever you like, honestly.
Gotcha.
Anything could get as simple or as complex as you want to make it. Sometimes you want to be in the kitchen 10 minutes. Sometimes it's going to take longer.
Sometimes zero.
Well, a lot of people meal prep, so that's also an alternative to have it ready and then just put it together last minute.
I'm going to go ahead and put these to the side.
Yeah, go for it. Girl, this is your kitchen. We're just here watching,
So now our oil has been getting warm while we were prepping this. Hopefully it's hot enough to get everything to fry. So we're gonna go ahead and dip it.
Okay.
And you don't want to handle it too much. You want to handle it from the stem, or it will kind of not stick.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Like that.
My God, looks amazing.
So I mean, if you've ever cooked chiles rellenos, it kind of looks exactly like this.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna drop it in the fryer.
Let's hope it's hot enough, right?
Let's hope it's hot enough.
And there she goes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the big difference that when I was trying all of this out, it does cook a little. It's not as, this stretch, the coating is not as durable as a huevo. So like the egg. So you gotta just let it cook until it gets like a golden crisp. And then you flip it over. If you handle it too much, it's going to fall off. That's like the worst with the chile relleno.
And safety first too. You don't want to mess with the chile when it's in the oil. Just let it chill right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have to be really careful with the oil, and sometimes when you are picking it up with the stem, you get these, but even then it could kind of fall and splatter. So just be really careful. But yeah, so you could see here.
Yeah, it's already starting to kind of golden. That is really cool.
It actually even smells so good.
Oh my God. Yeah, I just got that whip right now. Okay.
So typically, you might have seen your abuelitos or your mom kind of putting the oil over it. The only reason why we don't do it in the plant-based recipe is because it will kind of fall off, unfortunately.
Okay.
You just have to be slightly more sensitive with that, with this ingredient.
You got to handle with care.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we're getting an insider's look right here, porque si fuera con mi abuela, ya me hubiera dado un paletazo y me tendría allá afuera con no te acertes al aceite.
Oh, wow. Look at that. That is really, really cool.
Yeah. So it's already, now you are going to see slight differences in a plant-based recipe and like egg recipe, right? But, you know, you'll see when it all comes together, it really works. And honestly, it tastes just as good and, you know.
Pero hay que, y lo estás bañando con el aceite para que se cocine un poquito.
Gently,
Wow.
like
Yeah, gently. That's
everything has been
awesome.
gentle, handle with the stem,
And
kind
look,
of
it's like
gently
all
pour.
brown and crispy.
Yeah.
Oof.
So while we're waiting for this,
Uh-huh.
I'm going to go over here and just kind of start plating with the beans. I'm going to do like, so this is just beans that I've blended. You could do an immersion blender. You could really do no beans at all. It's whatever you prefer. But I thought it would be nice, and it kind of adds a nice touch when you're eating the chile relleno. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of begin plating these for you guys.
Los frijolitos.
Are we allowed to eat these? Are we allowed to eat the plates? That's my biggest
You're allowed
question.
to eat the plates too. If you
Let's
want.
go.
No, esos frijolitos at another level. I mean, you know what I mean?
You know
You
what?
gotta do the frijolitos.
Yeah, so you know what? Actually, because I'm going to prep another one for you, I'm going to start doing this one, let that cook, and then I'll plate it for
I
you.
love this for me. Thank you. That is so cool.
So again, it's really simple. Make sure it's covered. And like you said, you could do a meal prep with this. I mean, and all of these ingredients you could find at your regular, even like Mexican market. You don't have to go to a specialty store or anything like that.
I love that. It's easy.
It's easy.
It is easy.
Because I think
wow.
that's sometimes what people get turned off with some plant-based ingredients. They're like, I can't get that, or I have to order that special online. And people just don't have the time for it. Also, if you're kind of missing some, you could just go ahead and pour it over.
That's awesome. You can even, like, when it's cooking, like, if you want it, like, un poquito más gordito también.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we're going to put a salsa over it. Sorry, I'm going to grab this.
Yeah, go
we're
for it,
put
girl.
some salsa over it, so if it doesn't look super pretty, it's going to be covered with this orange salsa. It's going to be fine.
It's looking pretty to me.
Yeah.
I know. I
It's
feel
looking
like
pretty good to me.
it's already good as is.
So I'm just going to go ahead and begin with this one. So I'm just going to put like a bed of frijoles.
Ooh.
Jesus, that looks
This
amazing.
is amazing. I hope you guys can see this right now. This looks incredible.
And sometimes you just have to kind of switch it to the sides.
Yeah. That looks crispy brown. That is
Yes.
incredible.
So
and
what
you
we
wouldn't think that that's not egg. It looks like, you know, when they like the
Yeah.
egg coating, you know?
Definitely.
It's slightly crispier than an egg, but it works because when we put the salsa on there, it softens up just like an egg.
Hey, it can never be too crispy for me. I
Exactly.
love it crispy.
Exactly. So we're
I'm
just
sold.
Gonna,
I'm sold.
So we're just gonna let this cook on this side. You just gotta make sure to turn it over, and then we're gonna put this salsa. It's literally like what you could put on potato tacos. It's like that little salsa that your grandma or your mom's always put together, and it's just literally salt, garlic, tomato, onion. Blend it.
Blend it.
It goes good on everything. That's kind of the base for a lot of like Mexican home cooking. You know, you do fideo with it. You could do any sopa. You put it on your potato tacos.
You know what? Salsa like that, you can even like rice. Like throw it in there and cook the rice in it, and then the flavor is insane.
That's the base of it. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my
So I'm
goodness.
gonna go ahead and remove this.
So aquí nada se pierde, nada se pierde.
No.
Smells incredible.
This is about how you want it to look when it's ready. Wow. If it looks like it's got batter, you want to let that cook.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's that on there. And then this salsa right here.
Some of the salsa.
Let me get this ladle instead. And you can make this as spicy as you want. You could add chile serrano. You could do whatever,
Oh,
but
that's true, yeah.
I just kept it regular.
Come on.
Simple.
Simple.
With a kick.
And you just pour it over.
And you see this and it looks like fancy. It looks like it took you forever, but it's
Yeah,
really
it
not.
really-
Like, and for people that don't know how to cook like me, I relate to you guys. Everything looks intimidating. Like you see somebody cooking and you have no idea what they're doing, but this really is just a couple easy,
Pero
simple
this está
steps.
sencillo and it's fun. And it's fun. It's stuff that you can do like with your loved one.
Exactly.
And actually, honestly, was just thinking this actually is a sick like date plate. You know what I mean?
Ooh, you're trying to impress someone.
You're trying to impress someone. I'm like, I'm impressed. This is amazing.
I'd be impressed.
Exactly. So I think exactly if you're gonna do a date and you really want to impress them, just make sure to have all of your stuff ready. So nothing looks extremely messy because it could get messy, but preparation is key in all of these recipes. That's what makes it simple.
I love it. And I have a question for you. What got you into, trying to blend your culture, right, with veganism?
Yeah.
Because we know obviously there isn't a big history of veganism in our culture, right? So what kind of inspired you to do that?
I mean, it just came out of me like really just not wanting to consume animal products, both for health, for ethical reasons for animals, and it just came out of cooking came as a necessity for me to eat. So we're like, oh man, we're gonna have to figure out chile rellenos. We're gonna have to figure out all kinds of stuff. So that was about 4 or 5 years ago, and now it's easier than ever. Like I used to have to make cheese. Now you could buy like a variety of cheese.
Yeah.
Well, that's the greatest part of it. Like you don't have to give up on any of your guilty pleasures or anything like that. You just have to like find out how to make them.
There's always an alternative.
Yeah.
Always. Yeah, that's incredible. Look at this though.
That looks in.
I'm gonna eat one of these plates right now. I'm not even kidding. I'm eating.
Te llaman, Jess, te llaman.
So that's pretty much that. These are the chile rellenos. I don't know who's gonna get the cheese. I don't know who's gonna get the meat. Maybe you guys get both. So go ahead. If you guys want to try, I'll put them right here. I don't know what's better.
I guess we'll find out who got the cheese and who got the meat. Okay, here we go.
Well, we can share half an hour.
Yeah. If that's easier, yeah.
Se ve increíble.
Let's take a bite of this. Ooh, it's crunchy right here. I know you like it crunchy, so you get this bite.
Super crunchy. Okay.
Here, I'm gonna feed you.
I'm down.
That's a big bite. Was that hot? I'm so sorry. It's good, right? Oh my gosh.
It's so good.
Which one is that? Is that the...
This is the meat.
This is the meat, yeah. It's so good. And it's hot, be careful.
It is hot.
Está bueno. No, but give me that. Me diste las conchitas y con poquito carne. Estaba buenísimo.
So yeah, that's impossible.
Wow.
Yeah,
this is amazing.
It literally cooks just like meat. You season it literally how you would do a pound of ground beef.
Oh, and I got a question. So wait,
like
so like because the meat is cooked, right?
Yes.
Before, and then when you double fry it, does it get like is it double cooked or
It's not really
so you have to be
double
careful on how
cooked.
much you cook this or no?
Not necessarily. Cook it till it's not raw. Cook it till you get all the seasoning, your taste right. Put it away, and then you could bring it out. It's refrigerated. Like just like the cheese melts in the queso ones, the cheese the meat kind of warms up again.
Amazing.
So there's no need to recook anything. And again, that's what makes it easy. Maybe cook the meat or you're filling the day before, pack it up, and then do all of your chiles in one day.
Wow, this is incredible.
I want to cut this one to see what this one is, and let's see here.
All right, let's see.
It might be a meat one again.
Is it a cheese? If it's a cheese one,
It's cheese.
Ooh, I kind of want to try that one.
Yeah.
I
So maybe
love
we could,
cheese.
Go ahead, Jess.
one?
Go.
Yes, we're going for it. Yes, I'm getting fed this
Con
morning.
furia. Con furia. Bueno, no be careful, it's hot.
Yeah, it is. Okay, the cheese one.
Oh, it's
Yep.
and the cheese está derretido. For real. You don't have to ask me twice.
Which one did you like better?
I think the cheese.
Yeah, okay,
I think the
surprisingly,
cheese.
and that's all vegan cheese. Like the cheeses, the products are getting so much better, so much more accessible, and you don't. It's like where veganism and our cultura fuse, and it's still beautiful. And
Oh my
You
God,
still
that's
you
so
still
good.
taste all the spices and everything.
Exactly.
It's incredible.
The cheese is
Amazing.
Ooh.
Thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you.
on.
You changed the game. I swear to God, I'm gonna make this. I swear to God.
My next date night. Well, just wait. I'm impressed. I don't know who, but I'm impressed someone.
Thank you so much, everyone, for having me.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Thank you
of
so
course.
much.
Thank you for coming, being here with us.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm gonna
vamos a pasar bien, porque esta noche hay perreíto. Te veo caminando por ahí, como si la calle está hecha para ti.
Remy Martin continues to cherish the Sobremesa ritual and the best of Latino culture. And what defines our cultural connections better than our families. Más nada, ¿verdad? Let's get back to our friends who share what they'll do for nuestra familia.
And then I fell. So.
It's so cute, prima.
Primo.
Prima.
Primo. Oh, I did not realize you guys
guys were cousins.
Well, we're not cousins, like cousins, but we're family.
Yeah. Yeah. Your mom's side or your dad's side?
Oh no,
No,
there's
no,
like
no.
literally no blood relation.
There's nothing here.
But I would give my kidney to this guy.
I would give my 2 kidneys for you.
I would give my 3 kidneys to you.
My mom, you're right here.
I'm right there. I'm right there. Excuse me. When I look into my primo's eyes, I see myself reflected back to me.
I got your back, prima. I got you, prima.
I'm sorry, how long have you guys known each other?
8 or 9 days. Yeah.
I've known you longer than that.
This isn't about you. Primo!
Hey. All right, you guys, Latinos love movies. It's a fact. We make 25% of the total box office in the United States.
Yet, our characters and stories continue to be underrepresented or misrepresented in film and TV.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, why is it that Hollywood is not returning the love? Today we have with us a diverse group of young Latino and Latina actors who are changing the face of the industry.
Así es, and I can't wait to hear about their journeys. Let's give a warm welcome to Tony Revolori, Ashley Reyes, Lisette Olivera, and Auli'i Cravalho, our young Latino panel. Hi, how are you? Welcome. Mucho gusto. Hola, bienvenida. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Bienvenida.
Wow, you guys are glowing, and you guys smell very nice.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Yes. Well, so much to talk about. So much welcome. We're super excited to have you guys here. So I'm going to start with Tony. Tony, you're a seasoned actor. Bingo, you go first. And director Wes Anderson is a big fan. You worked with him 3 times. But your big break came as Sierra Mustafa in the Grand Budapest Hotel, for which you received a lot of critical acclaim. Yeah, he deserves that clap. Definitely. Could you talk to us a little bit about the importance of that role in your career and its influence over being cast in non-Latino roles, even though that your background is Guatemalan?
Yeah, it was a huge benefit. I've been in this industry for 24 years now, and it's constantly been a thing of, oh, you're Latino, you play Carlos or Pedro or whatever, you know, and I'm sure that there's some people named that in the audience today. But when I was given the opportunity to audition for that role, it wasn't a point of who or where you come from. And he was just looking for the best person, which was an incredible experience. And I dare say I'm lucky that it kind of felt like this is the way Hollywood should be. And I got it in a little thing, and then I got spoiled. And obviously later on, that wasn't the case for myself. But it's been tremendous amount of help to be able to play different types of ethnicities. And, you know, we as a Latino people can look like anything. We can, you know, be blonde and blue-eyed and, you know, as dark as they come, and that doesn't make us any different from each other. So I love being able to have the opportunity to play different types of people.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's amazing. That's powerful.
Yeah, and you know, interestingly enough, I mean, some of your biggest projects were actually traditionally reserved for, I mean, let's just say, I mean, white people probably. So your part as Flash Thompson in the Spider-Man franchise, which was actually had caused you to even get death threats. I mean, that's how bad it had gotten. And the original Willow cast wasn't very diverse either, and neither was the original Scream franchise, but you'll be in Scream 6. How do you think you've managed not to be typecast? And did you turn down roles along the way that maybe did try to put you in a box?
I think I've just gotten lucky. You know, there are certain roles that I was given the opportunity, like Scream, where I was able to kind of come in and join this cast. At the same time, I think it's very important for our community to see us there without us needing to specifically say, hey, I'm Latino, this character's Latino, no one else could play this role. It's like, okay, like you said, I've played a lot of characters that are white or in, you know, less than diverse franchises, but Just seeing us there, I had a big conversation with the John Watts, who was the director of Spider-Man. I said, I don't want anyone to know, we're obviously making a big shift here, and he's not a 6'2" blonde white guy. Let's just not acknowledge it. Let's just leave it alone. He doesn't need to be Latino. He doesn't need to be, Indian, which a lot of people think I am, and, anything else. It's like, I'm just an actor here, and I'm here to do my job. And I think it's very important for the youth watching, movies and TV shows to see themselves represented in a way that's not just us in a plight or us in our stories, in every story.
Absolutely. Yes, I love that.
Well, and I'm super excited because I love this movie, but my next question is for Auli'i Cravalho. You're a native Hawaiian and you got your start voicing Moana in the massive Disney hit. So people think of you as Hawaiian, but there's so much more culturally to you. And you have Puerto Rican, Portuguese, Chinese, and Irish descent. So how has the casting process been for you? Been so ethnically diverse or not? And going from a child actor to being cast in older roles, like in The Power with our own John Leguizamo, what has that journey been like for you?
I had Moana was my first job, and it was crazy, and it changed my life, and it brought me to Los Angeles. Thank you. And it's really difficult to be in the industry because I grew up in Hawaii, and I've always thought of myself as Hawaiian. And then to come into casting and they call me racially ambiguous, I'm like, that's so strange. And this is actually the first time I've been invited to a Latin American panel because I'm so used to being invited to AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islander panels. And truthfully, I am not as in touch with my Latin culture. However, whenever I get put out to casting, it's like one of the first things that they look for. They're like, oh, you can roll your R's, right? I'm like, yes. But even a part of that feels inauthentic because I'm not fluent in the language. I can speak Olelo Hawaii, but like, who's gonna play my dad? Dwayne's already done his part as far as what he can do with me, you know what I mean? So it's been a learning experience just to realize how I can represent myself in spaces of truly just existing. Like that is enough for those that watch, and for the younger generation to make an impact is just to fully show up as yourself. Like release some of the pressure. It's too much for any one of us to bear.
Amazing. Okay, Lisette Olivera, you play the role of Jess Morales on the Disney Plus TV series National Treasure: Edge of History, a Mexican-American dreamer who sets out to discover the secrets of your family's history. Talk about the experience of playing Jess and what you drew from your own Latino heritage to kind of create that character.
Yeah, so when the casting process first started, I remember reading the breakdown, and instantly it was like, I knew that was the one for me. She's a dreamer. I drew from my own family's experience of being undocumented and coming over from Mexico. And honestly, she reminded me a lot of my mom. She crossed the border when she was very young and was undocumented for most of her life. And I just remember asking her a lot of stories that resonated with me. She's a brilliant woman, very strong, and she has a really big heart, and it reminded me a lot of Jess. And so I was like, I know her. She's not far away out of my reach. And so I obviously got really excited. I think, dreamers aren't represented in the industry, characters that are brilliant and always have, con ganas de estudiar y seguir adelante. And it's like, for this to finally be that moment where she's a big franchise character and everyone gets to see her shine was just so heartwarming to me. And I obviously thank the creators of the character, the Wibbs, who originally wrote the first and second movies. There was nothing in their lives that made them think that this character couldn't be a possibility. They actually have their own stories that really resonate with this character and why they created it. But really to think that it all just started with that one seed, right? And it built the foundation of somebody to say yes. And then another person to say, yes, I could see that as a lead. Yes, I can see that as a lead character. And for it to grow was just really amazing. And so, I think for me to have played a character, not only just somebody representing a culture that I love, but like the actual storyline dives into the indigenous culture of Mexico. And that's something that you don't see, Yeah.
Super special. Yeah.
And so not only was it that I was like rediscovering the parts, my roots of my family, it was also like I got to dive into a culture that I've always loved, but was able to celebrate with everyone around me. And the most, full circle moments were when people who were dreamers at some point, were undocumented at some point, or was a dreamer before they got married, would come up to me and tell me that the story meant a lot to them, that it resonated with them. And so I'm really excited for people to see it. And for
I just got, honestly,
with me.
I just got like the goosebumps because that representation matters. When you're a young child and you're seeing that on the screen, that all matters. That would have made the biggest difference when I was younger looking at the screen and I didn't see it before. So that changes lives and that could change the trajectory of a kid's life. So that's incredible. That's incredible.
Thank you.
Okay, Ashley Reyes, you went from Broadway to parts in Star's American Gods and the Hulu hit series How I Met Your Father, and now you're wielding a gun as a tough as nails Texas Rangers on the CW's Walker. You also have the movie Slayers coming out next week. As a Latina, do you think one medium in particular has been the easiest or the hardest to break into?
Oh, yeah. I definitely theater. Theater is, it's a miracle that anybody gets a job in this industry in general. Theater, TV, otherwise, it's beyond me. But theater growing up, I was a little theater nerd. And I was always told you can't do it because my last name or the way that I looked or I was too brown to do this or whatever. And so I never thought that it was a feasible career path. And so I gave it up. And then I was like, you know what? No, I'm gonna go to drama school. And I trained and I did all the things. And then they told me to change my last name. And I was like, I'm never gonna get a job. And I moved to New York and I changed my last name and I get auditions and then it didn't feel right to me. And every audition I would go to as Reyes, it would be a no. Any audition I'd go to as Weissman, it would be a yes.
Wow.
And so theater became really disheartening for a while until I landed my first job on Broadway. And I always thought I'd have to do a ton of TV in order to do theater, because no one will allow me to do theater unless they trust me and they've seen me out in the wild and they've seen what I can do. And I was very lucky to have that job on Broadway, but TV then just opened up a whole lot of doors. And yes, the representation on TV is not there, and I'm still not trusted to play parts that aren't just meant for a Reyes. There is still a long way to go, but TV was definitely easier to break into. Theater still has not caught up to where TV is now.
Wow.
Sorry, we're sharing the mic. I was like, give me the mic. No, but on that same page with, talking about young Latino Hollywood, I'm curious to know, who were some of the people that inspired you guys and motivated you to, take this path, whether they were Latinos or not? But you guys are now, paving this path. But who were your role models?
I had the incredible honor to work with John Leguizamo on The Power. And it's not out yet, don't worry, you haven't missed anything. I honestly, the first time I heard him was because he was playing Sid the Sloth. Does anyone remember that from Ice Age? And I remember him being so funny. And to be able to work with him is just like, he shows up so authentically. Like, you have to imagine your uncle showing up to set and he's so funny, and we like initially shot in London, so people have their Irish accents, and he's like, "Good day, mate." And, like, it's ridiculous. I think he's gonna get in trouble, but no one gets him in trouble because he's John Leguizamo. Like, he's just so kind, and he shows up as a mentor without even trying. So not to like name drop, but John for me.
It's John. Amazing. What about you?
I think for me, well, one of the main career inspirations, wanting to be an actress growing up, didn't see too many really famous Latinas in particular. I remember looking up like how many Oscar winners there were and typically what they look like. And I do remember stumbling across Rita Moreno and seeing her and knowing that she was an EGOT winner, and I thought that was so phenomenal. And so it was like, I guess it was like that one little kind of branch that led me into wanting to do it too. I would also say a big career inspiration for me, they're not in the entertainment industry, but my parents, they are hustlers, but they had a really strong ambition to get into, food industry and everything, and they're doing really well. But ultimately, it was because I had always begged them to want to be an actress. I was like, come on, you don't understand, it's my dream. And my mom was like, no, you got to go to school and do something that pays. I was like, I know, but just give me a second. I'll prove it to you. And she goes, okay, here's the deal. When you get old enough, and you learn how to drive, I'll support you when you're able to go and you have a good head on your shoulders and you can kind of really navigate the industry by yourself and see how you do. And I'm like, I know you said that. I'm never going to let you live that down, okay? So just hold that thought right there.
Hold you to that.
Yeah. And so sure enough, I got old enough and I was like, can I do it? And she was like, yes. But in the meantime, I was showing her that I was able to get, stay committed, and I played guitar and was a dancer and everything and did local theater. And it's just, I have them to thank for instilling those values in me to go after it myself.
Amazing. What about you guys? Role models?
I grew up looking at a bunch of old Hollywood people as my role models, but now I feel like it's changed a lot. Now I look at the people that I work alongside and my peers now that I look at, people like Ariana DeBose, who I think is unbelievable. Her career, the openness that she lives with, she's such a bright light in this community. And people like Francia Raisa, who's a powerhouse, who's groundbreaking in business and as a performer, and my friends who have the most incredible work ethic. Now instead of looking up to people, I look side to side and I think, what can I be doing that they're doing? Because that's really inspiring, because they're getting somewhere, and I need to take some of that,
Shit, that was my answer. No, I don't know. I was always fascinated with directors and actors when I was a kid. Everyone from like Richard Harris to Orson Welles and everything. And I know they're not Latino, but it's who inspired me to tell great stories, regardless of what it was. And it made me fall in love with this industry, which is why I do it. But yeah, I think recently I've been really inspired, but also I see people of different communities doing it, which is incredible. People like Riz Ahmed, Oscar Isaac is Latino, so there you go. But actors and directors like Cuarón and Del Toro and all of these guys, and seeing them kind of be in Hollywood, but also not necessarily live their culture and be stuck in their culture. You can make Roma and Gravity, and that's incredible. So yeah, people like that I find inspirational.
Yeah, bravo. Yeah. I agree with you 100%, and telling great stories. But now that I have you on your mic, what advice do you give to a young actor that want to start in the industry, you want to break into the industry? What would you tell them?
I think it's the best piece of advice I ever got. And I'll say it here and now, as one of the two things I'll say is, treat everyone like they're the most important person in your life, because yesterday they were, today they are, or tomorrow they will be. And I've lived my life that way, which isn't great. And also just be ready for a bunch of rejection. Like, it's gonna hurt, it's not gonna be easy, and you have to keep going. I was doing it for 16 years before I got my big break or whatever. 16 years, but you know, here I am.
Wow.
Now you took the great answer. I know.
Good luck following that.
I know, seriously. Thank you. I didn't know. I would say just work so hard that you are undeniable no matter what your last name is or what you look like.
Yes.
Just outwork everyone, and that's...
I grew up Catholic. My mom used to say, like, pray as if, like, God is going to answer every single one of your prayers. And similar to what you're saying is, like, then she would finish it with, and work as if he doesn't exist at all. And just also, like, believe in people, believe in goodness in people. With the world the way it is, I think to keep yourself in the positive mindset also encourages more heartwarming stories, and we can write ourselves out of circumstances. And seeing yourself behind, or knowing that there's someone behind the script, behind the camera, like that also makes a difference in the storytelling. So even if you feel your passion might not be acting, but it is storytelling, there are so many different divisions that you could possibly lend your voice to, and they are all incredibly important in shaping a story that feels authentic.
Amazing.
Yeah, that actually sparked something in me too. I think it's, we're a really big community, but we each all have our different stories, and we are all uniquely us. And so when you walk into a room, you only have the stories that you've experienced and of your family that you know and have internalized. And I would say, no matter what they say, I wish a world in which we can imagine ourselves beyond the boxes that they put us in. And that goes with career choices. May they come, and may we know our worth, so that way we can continue forward and we could show them what we got.
Love that. Wow. I love this panel, man. There's so much wisdom. And I guess in closing, I mean, why don't we just go down the line and tell everybody either what you're working on or what everybody can maybe see you in the near future, just to kind of close it off. So go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. You can catch me on National Treasure, Edge of History, December 14th on Disney+.
Let's go!
If you haven't watched Moana, that shit came out in 2016. And The Power hopefully will come out soon. That's all I know.
Watch Walker on the CW. Our first episode just aired last week, and How I Met Your Father airs in a couple months, and Slayers comes out this weekend.
I got a TV series coming out, Willow, on Disney+. Wow, a lot of Disney+. November 30th. I hope I got that right. And then Scream 6 comes out March. And yeah, that's it. I'm just staying home and making tortillas. So.
Well, we want to thank you guys for joining us today. It's been a privilege and honor to have you here with us. You're inspiring and you're paving the way. So thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
You, but I've been having a blast today, and time sure flies by when you're having fun. I can't believe that we've already are halfway through the show today.
Que? This means that it's time for our halftime music performances from paopao and Charlie Cruz, presented by the all-electric Cadillac Lyric. Así que a bailar.
Salgo y visto grande como siempre, pidiéndome fotos como siempre. Por los míos brindo como siempre, piso y a las millas ni se sienten. Salgo y brillo grande como siempre, me están pidiendo fotos como siempre. Corazones rotos como siempre. Estoy creciendo pero no se siente. Creciendo la cuenta y tú no te diste cuenta. Te va volando bajito, ahora preguntan ¿cómo se le dio? Es que no toqué la puerta, nadie me la dio. Pero tengo la respuesta y estoy puesta. Pa'l joseo no los veo y comentan. Corazones no los leo. Si tu gata siempre sube mis canciones en video por el día, me escribes donde te veo porque salgo y visto grande como siempre, pidiéndome fotos como siempre. Por los míos brindo como siempre, piso y a las millas ni se sienten. Salgo y brillo grande como siempre, me están pidiendo fotos como siempre. Corazones rotos como siempre. Estoy creciendo pero no se siente. Este es el flow, la reto está en glow. El precio en el low, subiendo y no bajo, you know. Cobrando sin show, pagando los biles, sacando los caros los dealers. No estoy para el desfile, no tengo filler y pa' que vacile. Y sácalo en la noche sin capota el transporte. Ponte la propina y cóbrame doble el descolche. Búscame a Cristina que se me quedó en la Dolce. En la misma esquina estoy ya casi es un deporte. Salgo y visto grande como siempre, pidiéndome fotos como siempre. Por los míos brindo como siempre, piso y a las millas ni se siente. Salgo y brillo grande como siempre, me están pidiendo fotos como siempre. Corazones rotos como siempre. Estoy creciendo pero no se siente.
That was a bold and dynamic performance, not unlike the performance of this electric baby right here, the Cadillac Lyric. paopao is one of the new exciting artists that Cadillac is supporting through our Sound Sessions platform. Performers that are bold, con un estilo all on their own, that each have an electrified exuberance, much like the 2023 all-electric Lyric. That also pretty much sums up our next performer too. Let's get back to our halftime show and the electrifying Charlie Cruz.
Llegó la hora otra vez y sé que no quieres volver al mismo lugar de ayer. Lo que has pasado en tu vida, eso nadie lo sabe. Tu corazón está roto, pero aún late. Solo tú sabes qué hacer. De la cerradura de tu alma, tú escondes la llave. Y tú te sientes que nadie va a poder valorarte. Confías en nadie y aprendiste a cuidarte. Mariposa vuela, si te escapas sé que no regresas. Tú te sientes libre cuando sabes que nadie te espera. No va a dolerte si no dejas que nadie te quiera. Aunque tú sabes que nada por siempre vuela. Mariposa vuela, si te escapas sé que no regresas. llave y tú te sientes que nadie va a poder valorarte. Ya no confías en nadie, aprendiste a cuidarte. Mariposa vuela, si te escapas sé que no regresas. Tú te sientes libre cuando sabes que nadie te espera. No va a dolerte si no dejas que nadie te quiera. Aunque tú sabes que nada por siempre vuela. No le temas a la soledad, mami, que a veces es buena compañera. Wow. Déjate llevar por tu corazón y tus sentimientos, que siempre están en lo cierto. Mariposa vuela, que de tu vida eres dueña. Ay, que nadie te controle y te diga qué hacer. Vive tu vida, vive mujer. Vive a tu manera, mami. Déjate llevar por tus instintos. ¡Qué rico! Y algunas veces, ¡qué crazy! Que nadie te detenga, que hablen conmigo, ahí si tienen algún problema. Vuela y vuela y vuela, ay de tu vida tú eres la dueña. No dejes que la gente te diga qué hacer, vive tu vida mujer.
Gracias, Charlie Cruz, and thank you, Cadillac, for keeping it classy by supporting Latino culture through its immense music diversity. Like paopao, pushing the limits of pop and reggaeton, and Charlie Cruz, who continues to keep salsa fresh for the new generation. Finally, Cadillac is proud to bring us all even more exclusive content featuring these two amazing talents. Be sure to check out the Cadillac page in our virtual exhibit hall to see the exclusive interview with both paopao and Charlie Cruz.
Wow. Thank you, Jess. That definitely was a lot of fun. Now, to our next keynote speaker. She's been in the spotlight nonstop, always representing Mexico amongst Hollywood top stars.
Just in the last year, we've seen her in The Heights and the reboot of the Scream franchise, and she is starring as Carmen in Sony Pictures' reimagining of Bizet's classic opera, releasing in 2023.
And I really just don't know how she does it, but her hair always looks so sleek. We're talking, of course, about actor and singer Melissa Barrera. Hashtag alert, you will want to share this one. Remember, use the hashtag Unidos Together.
Welcome to Hispanicize Unidos Together. My name is Ann Vasquez, journalist and CEO of EdSource, and today I have the pleasure of speaking with actor Melissa Barrera, star of In the Heights and the Scream franchise. Today we'll talk about her life, her career, and what it's like to be a Latina in Hollywood in 2022. Melissa, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, great to see you. You know, I just earlier this week had said to someone, I'm from Miami, and I had said, you can take a girl out of Miami, but you can't take Miami out of a girl. I know that you are from Monterrey, Mexico, and I wanted to know what were your inspirations growing up, and what's been your grounding, if you can set the scene for us early in your career and your life.
Yeah, I was born and raised in Monterrey. I lived there until I left for college. So I lived there until I was 18, about to turn 19. And I grew up watching soaps, watching telenovelas. So I think one of my biggest inspirations was always Thalia, because I would see her in, you know, like Marimar, Mariela del Barrio, Maria Mercedes, that were like constantly playing. And then I also knew that she was a singer and a pop star. And I was like, oh my God, she does it all. That's what I want to do. And I think I was subconsciously following in her footsteps, because I never really, like, once I seriously started considering acting, I was like, I want to be a theater actor. You know, like I want to go to study musical theater, and I want to be on Broadway, and that's what I want to do with my life. And I ended up in Mexico City doing soaps. So I feel like it's this thing of like the law of attraction, I think, that subconsciously the things that you love and you admire and you attract. So I loved watching telenovelas when I was younger, and I think a part of me really wanted to try that world. And so I ended up, that's where I started. You know, I started in Mexico City doing telenovelas for five and a half years. That's what I did. But back to Monterrey. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. I grew up, I'm the oldest of 4 daughters. I was very lucky that my mom always supported whatever I wanted to do. I was one of those kids that tried everything.
So when you started going to auditions, did you hear any feedback about, well, you don't fit the look, or was it a different feedback, or were you immediately, was there an instant connection?
I was very fortunate that Vida was the 3rd audition that I went to when I got to LA. So, you know, the first 2 were this like movie with Catherine Zeta-Jones, like Cocaine Godmother. I auditioned for that. I felt really good in the audition, didn't hear any feedback, nothing. I didn't get a call back, nothing. Then I went and auditioned for this like Amazon show. Wow. And then I auditioned for Vida. And so before I knew it, I was like in the casting and like the callback process for Vida, and I was like, all of my energy and all of my focus and everything was on landing that role and getting that show. And I recognized it as an opportunity because of what the show was. You know, like a show about a Mexican American family in LA, in like with an all Latin cast and speaking in Spanglish, but like the show is mostly in English and it's going to be on Stars. Like it just, everything about it felt special and like a great opportunity. So like I just needed to book that.
Authentic storytelling, right? At the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to. You talked a little bit about your passion for theater. I have a soon-to-be 13-year-old daughter. She loves theater. We play, in fact, in the Heights. We play all the musicals in the car. We blast it. What was it and what is it about musical theater for you that drew you initially and just kept you and really kind of is a recurring theme in your career?
I love storytelling through song. I love the style, the epicness of some musicals. I think the first musical that I fell in love with was Les Mis. That was the first musical that I think I became obsessed with and learned it from like top to bottom, everything. And it's so epic, you know, like the arrangements, like everything about it is just sweeping and big and grand, and the voices and the songs, every song is like a lament, and it was just something very romantic about it, I think, that drew me. And then Beauty and the Beast, yes, the musical. And I just became obsessed with it, and I started like visualizing myself as like potentially one day being able to play Belle, you know, and like I think the hopes and the dreams also make you a little bit more obsessed with something. I don't know. And then I just went down a rabbit hole, and I became obsessed with Rent, and I became obsessed with Wicked and with Spring Awakening. And it just was like all my friends to this day, because, you know, I was the only one of my group of friends that was like doing this. Everyone else was like, you know, in their own things, sports mostly. And they didn't like musical theater, but I introduced musical theater into their lives, and now they know word for word the songs to Rent and to Wicked and to Spring Awakening, because my car, like I had all the CDs playing on loop. And so every time that I would take my friends out, that we were like, you know, going to after school to have lunch or whatever, we would be listening to that music. And so I really was a musical theater nerd. I just loved it, and I still do.
So when you did In the Heights, you had a chance to work with Lin-Manuel Miranda. What did you learn from him? It must have been a wonderful experience.
I learned a lot of things from him, from how to treat people that, recognize you on the street, the demeanor and the energy that he carries with him all the time. He's so generous and so loving, and the excitement that he had on set of never losing that childish joy. But I think one of the most important things that I observed was his discipline and his commitment to keep working and keep growing. It was very inspirational to see him come on set as a producer, be there watching, giving us words of encouragement and advice, and then him having to fly to London because he was shooting his Dark Materials, and he was at the same time writing songs for The Little Mermaid, the new movie, and all this time he was organizing events and galas and all these things. He just doesn't stop, and I really admire that, and I strive to one day be as busy as him and doing all these kinds of things that I love.
He sounds like a wonderful experience, sounds like a wonderful person. Earlier this year, you had you made quite a transition in film, and you entered the Scream franchise, which was wonderful. Can you talk a little bit about that experience, and can you tell us any secrets about what's in store?
I don't know what to say without it being a spoiler, but it's just going to be great. I'm very excited for the fans to see this next installment. I don't know. I feel very lucky to get to be a part of this franchise, a franchise that's so loved, and a franchise that has such a big presence in my country. Mexico loves Screams, has loved the films for, since they first came on scene in '96, and there's a big fandom there. So to be able to represent as the first Mexican in the franchise is huge for me, and I can feel the love from my country, which I personally think there's no greater joy than that, than feeling backed up and cheered upon by your country that you not necessarily work in anymore, but that's where you started, and that's where you go to when you need comfort, and where I need to go see my family, and just to feel the support of my people is the best feeling. So I'm just very happy that I got the opportunity to join this franchise. And I also love this kind of representation, the kind of representation that's just there without having to explain ourselves, without having to put labels on ourselves, or without having to necessarily speak Spanish in a role. I just happen to be Sam Carpenter, not a Latin last name, because that is possible, and I don't speak Spanish, and we don't ever talk about us, me and Jenna, being Latinas. We just are humans that live in this world, and no one questions that. It just gave me so much hope for the kind of representation that we can strive to get in the industry, the kinds of stories that we can strive to tell without us having to be labeled as the Latino, Latine, Latinx, whatever whatever term you choose to use, story, because they limit us when they add that. I think when they add that label onto a project of ours, they're making us smaller, and I don't know. I just feel I obviously have a different perspective because I grew up in Mexico. I didn't grow up in the United States as a minority. I grew up in Mexico as one of Mexican among Mexicans. So I didn't have the stigmas of underrepresentation. So I feel sometimes us wanting to have that authentic representation can limit us, can limit our stories, can put us in a box, and then we become this niche show that isn't commercial enough for a wider audience. And we are. And I think the kind of representation that Scream has been doing proves that like we're allowed to just exist without having to explain our existence.
So speaking of representation in Hollywood, perfect segue, you know, and I totally understand what you described and growing up in Mexico and not feeling underrepresented. I felt the same in Miami. I figured everybody spoke multiple languages, and I came to California. This is now, my 14th year in California, and my husband, who's Mexican American, grew up in California, had a completely different, experience. So when you talk about Hollywood and the challenges that have always, frankly, been there, I feel like sometimes we're having the same conversation over and over and over again. In your time and in your experience, have you seen an evolution? Have you seen change? Have you, are there glimmers of hope that the conversations are changing and the representation is changing?
I have seen change, but I feel like I also came on the scene in a very good time, in a very comfortable time for women and people like me that are coming when there's been like a constant call for representation and for more diverse stories. So I think I'm not probably the best person to answer that question, because someone that's been in the industry longer will have seen a more significant change. I feel like I very luckily and I feel very blessed came onto the scene when the wave was already like rolling. So I landed in like a very a more inclusive and a safer environment in the industry, because of the Me Too movement and because of the call for representation and inclusion and diversity. Because we're not the first people that they think about for anything. We always kind of have to like come into the room and be like, hey, I know you didn't think that someone like me could play this role, but let me show you why I can.
On the defensive,
and I'm gonna try and like really convince you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You have to.
Yeah. Well, as you know, we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. In closing, is there any message you want to leave our viewers with?
There's always hope. I feel like we can't lose hope, and we can't stop fighting for our dreams and for what we think we deserve, because the moment we do is when we like leave it up to other people to decide our destiny and to decide our spots, and we can't do that. There's this saying of like, lo que es para ti, nadie te lo quita, y lo que no. O sea, I think the actual saying is, si es para ti ni aunque te quites, y si no es para ti ni aunque te pongas. That's what my mom always said. So if something's for you, even if you like remove yourself from it, it'll find you. And if something is not for you, even if you put yourself there, it won't be for you. And I think that is true, but I've always had a little bit of an issue with that, because I believe in like fighting for things, and I believe in like knocking 3 times, and even if the door is shut on your face, to like knock again, because sometimes stubbornness can lead to opportunity, and I've lived that. So I say, be stubborn. Be stubborn with your dreams and with the knowledge of your worth. And for the people that have more of a platform, that have more of an opportunity, to extend a hand back and like try to help the next people that have been like waiting for years to come up. And like, there's room for all of us. That's what I've always said. There's room for all of us. There's not like one chair at the top. There's like endless fields of grass where we can all have a picnic.
And there's room for all of us. I love that. Well, Melissa, thank you so much for taking the time today. And for those watching, thank you for joining us at Hispanicize Unidos Together.
And I am personally enjoying learning so much about this new generation of Latino voices, like Melissa Barrera.
Yeah, so true. That Thalia and Marimar beat, I can totally relate to that. And thank you, Ann Vasquez, for another insightful interview. If you're enjoying this too, don't let your friends miss out on this, guys. All the interviews you are seeing today will be at hispanicize.com/replay.
Así es, exactamente. And there's also a brief survey so you can share your thoughts. Of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors. So we want to thank Cadillac, Centrum, McDonald's, Omnicom Media Group, Remy Martin, Walmart, 23andMe, and Warner Brothers Discovery.
Yes. Yes, awesome. All right, now we want to share some very good news, particularly for all the Latino creators out there struggling to get the recognition they deserve from advertisers on social media. To tell us more, I want to invite to our main stage actress, business owner, and social media personality, Zulay Henao.
Hi everyone, it's so exciting to be here. And by exciting, I mean I'm scared. I don't ever speak in public like this.
Really?
Yeah. I always say that we're still, Modern Muse, my company. I'll first tell you guys a little bit about Modern Muse. Modern Muse is a multimedia platform. We create very thought-provoking, inspiring, and evolutionary content for Latina women, multicultural women. The reason Modern Muse, really quick, because I think there needs to be some background, is if you guys ever experienced like a dark night of the soul where you felt like you were failing at everything? If you haven't, you will. It's inevitable. That's a part of life, right? And so for me, when I was in those dark moments, I remember there was always like something deep inside of me. I call it God. You can call it something else that would say to me, what if you thought that you were what I said you were, which is amazing? What if I thought I was talented enough? What if I thought that I was good enough? What if I thought that I was American enough? What if I thought that I was all these things that I was enough? And so this idea of Modern Muse started to grow, and I thought, if I feel this way, there must be so many other Latinas that feel this way, because we have a very unique and just a very unique American experience that comes with a lot of trials and a lot of tribulations and a lot of uphill battles in business, in the entertainment industry, just being a Latina woman, period. So that's why Modern Muse. I like to think and I like to say that we are in the infancy stages. I mean, so much so that the reason I'm here is because I'm talking about getting minority enterprise certified, which means that my business will go into a database that will be seen by marketers who have a market spend that I wouldn't necessarily be a part of. And if you're a young content creator or a young entrepreneur, like I was a year ago, I didn't know about this. So through the certification, the grant that NMSDC and OMG Media, and in partnership with NGL Latino, what they're doing is they've realized that we are the biggest consumer audience in this country, and we're growing. It's a lot of power, guys. And what's gonna happen if we don't harness that power is come 2025, when that 40 billion market spend happens inevitably, we're not gonna be on the table if we don't take the action today. And the way that we take action is ensuring that we are seeing ourselves at the top. And the way that we do this is by believing in ourselves. This is not just for women. We are all muses, our own muse. I'm getting emotional.
Love this. Wow.
So through this program, here's the cool thing about this program. If you didn't know, I was telling some of the people backstage, it is a grant program. So if you qualify for this program, they will pay for your certification, which is very expensive. I myself thought of it the first year and I was like, well, damn, that's a lot of money that I need to pay a social media content creator. You know, as a small business, there are a lot of things that you have to create funds for. And that was just not a part of my plan. I also didn't know about it. In addition to them reimbursing you for this program to getting MBE certified, which means that these companies with all this budget money that could potentially come to us, we will go in this database. They will also, in addition to that, provide an element of education. Advertising education that I know nothing about. So I am honored and I am grateful that I am among the first of the first businesses to take part in the certification grant program through NMSDC and OMG in partnership with my people, NGL Collective. And I'm excited. I'm excited to monetize my business, to learn, to grow. I'm excited to share my platform with all of you. So follow me at modernmuse.com. And yeah, that was my big first spill.
I love that. And being a minority business owner, what would you say are some of your greatest challenges that you've had to deal with? Because everybody in this crowd, I know we've all gone through our challenges in whatever sector of media and whatever, honestly, industry you're in. We all feel those challenges. What have been some of your personal challenges?
My personal challenge was and still is, and this is why Modern Muse is no one's gonna believe in us unless we do for ourselves. No one is gonna see in you what you see in you if you don't show the world that you're worth it. And I work on that every day. I'm working on it on this stage right now. I think the second hurdle is just a lack of education in the space. Okay, so for me it was, I have this great idea, now what?
Like, what are those next steps?
What are the next steps? So, fortunately, as life would have it, you keep talking about your idea and you keep being boisterous about it and you keep believing and you meet amazing people along the way. And somehow, some way, things start to break and change and people start to take notice of that. And for me, it was my mentor. He's here now. I don't know if he wants me to mention his name, but I want to say thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Even if he didn't want to get mentioned, he got mentioned.
For believing in my brand and what I wanted to do. And for all of you, there's always someone listening. There's always someone listening, and you never know who you're speaking to. Always be yourself. Always create an opportunity for your dream, because if you don't, no one's gonna take the time to do it for us. So it was one, actually opening my mouth to people like Joe. Like, I don't know anything about this world, but here's my idea. What do you think? You have to be brave and courageous and step into a space that isn't reserved for you, but you know what? Everywhere is reserved for you if you say yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And actually, and along those lines, I wanted to ask you, do you think that the cultural element has something to do with that? Meaning growing up a certain way, particularly us Latinos being raised the way that we are, and then, having, the strength, the courage to say those words and say, I am going to find out about this. I am going to ask about this.
Right. I'm so glad you brought this up. I grew up with a mom who worked 3 jobs. She worked 3 jobs to maintain us and to create a home that was filled with love, but to create a home that was also filled with opportunities for us. But one of the things that I remember very keenly is our culture. When you're an immigrant and you come to the United States, it's always like, keep your head down. Don't make too much noise. Go to school, learn a vocation, learn something. And it wasn't that my parents were telling me that, because my mom was like, girl, let's go to acting school, let's do all these things. But the overarching kind of theme for us was always like, just stay in your lane, keep your head low, just do good, don't go to jail, like blend in. And I decided that I wasn't gonna do that. We're all here to be our unique selves, and whatever. I'm not even talking about acting. I'm talking about just our vision for our life and just creating something that feels authentic and beautiful to us. So definitely culture, reconfiguring some of those chips and some of those old, reprogramming my brain to believe that I was capable and that even though I grew up in a certain way and we didn't have all the money and I never thought that I would have access to certain things, once you change your mind about who you are, the world changes your mind about who you are.
Ooh, that is some powerful words. Claro que sí. And you know what? We prepared a super useful video for our Latino and Latina creators where you can explain more about how to get your minority business enterprise certification, so you can start getting the visibility you deserve. The video is on the OMG sponsor page in our virtual exhibit hall. Check out the video and be sure to click through the OMG grant website to see if you qualify to get your application fees covered. Que espera? Be sure to certify your success.
Así es. Así que no hay excusa. But we want to thank you, Zulay, for joining us today. I'm excited about this new initiative to help ensure more Latino content creators get an equal opportunity at the table. Así que muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, guys. I'm so happy. Thank you guys for having me.
time for our fierce fireside chat. So ladies and gentlemen too, get ready to feel empowered because we have some serious jefas joining us today. Their lives and achievements are a testimony of how Latinas are disrupting the patriarchy in every field.
Exactamente. And for our first fierce fireside chat, we talked with Mexican-American artist, photographer, and illustrator, Andrea Campos. Her drawings appear in a new bilingual children's book, Con Pollo, by none other than Jennifer Lopez and Jimmy Fallon. So listen to her amazing story.
It's so nice to connect with you. It's great to meet you. Congratulations on your accomplishments. I heard a little rumor that you are the illustrator for Jimmy Fallon and JLo's book, Con Pollo.
That's correct. That's me. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here and be able to chat with you.
Same, so am I. So for starters, you took a huge leap of faith when you left your marketing job, your full-time job, to pursue a more creative endeavor of photography. How did you cope when the pandemic hit and, you know, things didn't necessarily work out the way that you were hoping they would?
Yeah, my timing on that could have been a little bit better. I essentially quit my job February 2020 and then, surprise, pandemic hit a few weeks later and I wasn't sure what to do. The world around me had completely changed. And for a while, I think I coped like a lot of people coped by binge watching Tiger King, by just living in sweats, by just trying to do anything in their normal life to bring them comfort. And I think in kind of going through, you know, that process, I realized like I needed stability in my life. I needed to build structure for myself. So I set on a journey to create an artist residency for myself during quarantine, where every day I gave myself a creative project or creative task to do. Some of them were really simple, like make something out of Play-Doh. Others were more complicated, like paint or bake. But each day the goal was to kind of just like flex a different muscle that maybe I hadn't used in a really long time. And I'm so grateful that I put myself on that path because illustration actually ended up being one of the things that I reconnected with, and it has completely changed my life.
Was there anyone who encouraged your creative talents or who kind of influenced you and encouraged you to keep going?
Yeah, I think my parents have always been supportive of my creative ability and my creative talents. My mom in particular is also an incredibly creative person. She would hand make all of our Halloween costumes growing up. She would make our party decorations. Even a couple of years she like made piñatas for us. And just like the fact that she would take on anything new and be like, I don't know how to do it, but I'm gonna figure it out, was something that was just innate in my family. The one, I think, challenge was that while my family supported creativity and the arts, I don't think any of us saw it as a path that we could pursue professionally. There was this disconnect between like, I love this and I'm good at it, and what I could do for work. I think for a long time, the trope of, you know, the starving artist or the idea that you can't really make it in the arts unless, you know, you went to art school or unless you come from a wealthy family or all of these other things we believe was also kind of part of our experience with that as well.
On that note, at what point in time did you realize that this was something that you could pursue full time? Like what was the first opportunity? Talk to me about all of that. I'd love to hear.
Yeah, so I started drawing again during the pandemic, and a few months in I realized, oh, this isn't just like family and friends who are following my Instagram account. I have strangers who are following my Instagram account. I have art directors. I have other artists. Weird. And there was one moment in particular that I remember kind of gave me chills. This stranger who had never met me before, who I've never spoken with, DM'd me and said, hey, I just want to let you know that I love your art and that you're such an incredible artist. And although that was a very simple sentence and a really simple sentiment, I had never considered myself an artist before. I had never tried to embody or own that identification. So for someone else to be like, you are this, and to kind of like see that within me was really affirming, especially as someone who was just trying to figure out what to do next in this incredibly chaotic time. So I think that was one of those affirming moments. And then from there, kind of more affirming moments started to come. I had Athleta, the retailer, reach out to me and ask me to do some artwork for them. And I was just like, oh, you know who I am? Oh, okay. Like, cool, I'll do something for you. And it was a simple project. They wanted me to design postcards for them that would be part of their like brand new store opening in San Francisco. And it turns out that they loved the design that I did so much, they ended up blowing it up and making it a giant store window display.
No way.
Yeah, that was super cool because I'm like, okay, universe, I hear you. Like, I'm going to keep going. These little things keep happening. And I think the biggest one would absolutely have to be Con Pollo coming into my life and having the opportunity to illustrate a children's book.
How did that come about? Like, what was your reaction when, you know, you received the news or the interest kind of came in? I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, so I got an email from an art director early last year just saying, hey, I really like your work, and one of my clients does as well. They're interested in collaborating with you for a children's book. And I get this email and I'm like, oh, this is so exciting. A children's book has been a dream of mine for so long. I can't believe like this is actually going to happen. So I immediately respond to this person like, yes, absolutely. I'm so interested. Tell me more. And that's when the shock comes. She lets me know that the book in question was written by Jimmy Fallon and Jennifer Lopez. And I just stood in front of my computer with like my jaw on the floor for a solid 2 minutes, just like ¿qué? You know? And I had this like moment of doubt where it almost felt like I had the little angel and devil on my shoulder. One of them was like, you can't do this. Like, you don't know how to do this. You're gonna look stupid if you mess this up. And the other little person on my shoulder was like, do it. You have to do this. You have to do it. And thankfully, I listened to that voice and said yes to kind of, you know, kicking off the project and seeing what may come. And then from there, it was just a matter of designing different characters for them. So the job wasn't mine initially. It was between me and a few other artists that they were talking to. So they had us all do character development to see kind of who understood the story the best or who could kind of bring to life the main characters the best. So once I did that, it was a waiting game. And it took months and months and months to finally hear the news that they had decided to move forward with me. And when I got that email, I cried like a little baby. I was just like, it was this like cathartic moment of like energy release where I'm like, oh my God, I am living out the dreams of 5-year-old me. Like, truly, I could not be luckier. I am so excited to start down this path.
I love that for you so much. I'm so glad that you didn't let that little voice, that little doubt kind of take over and you ignored it and you kept going. And I mean, here we are today. So congratulations.
Thank you. It was definitely hard to do, but I'm glad I did that too.
As a first-generation Mexican-American, how do you feel about this piece of work, this book, being in both English and Spanish?
Yeah, so this book is bilingual. It's meant to teach kids a little bit of like Spanish along the way, which for me as someone who grew up speaking Spanish and Spanish was my first language, I think that's pretty rad, pretty cool, especially because like when I was a kid, speaking Spanish or speaking another language was not quote unquote cool. Like, we got made fun of for not speaking English perfectly. And by we, I mean like me and my younger brother. So now to be in a position where I'm like, hey, I'm bringing Spanish into my work as an adult and I'm really proud of it. And other people are like eager to read it and receive it. That's exciting. So I think people are really gonna like the book, especially younger kids. It's simple, it's fun, it's playful, and it's a really good way to kind of just learn a few Spanish words, maybe step into the world of learning Spanish.
Absolutely, I love that. Going back to, you know, your journey and how the pandemic kind of affected that, it allowed you to, you know, start a whole new career that you didn't necessarily see even coming. What advice would you give to someone who wants to do something for themselves similarly to you, but just is kind of like hesitating and doesn't know how to take the first step?
When people like kind of hear my story and kind of realize what I've been able to do, it feels like it all happened overnight, but it took me like 5 years just to muster up the courage to quit my job initially. So like, I get it. It's a lot that you're leaving on the table. It's a lot to kind of take that leap of faith, but I think everyone should try at least once to go after their dream, whatever that may look like, just so that you can, at the end of your life and at the end of the day, say, hey, at least I tried regardless of what the outcome is. Because I think at the end of the day, the what if is going to outweigh any sort of like bumps in the road that you may hit while you're trying to achieve your goals and your dreams. So go for it. You know, you owe that to yourself, you owe that to your inner child, you owe that to your future self to just try. The worst thing that can happen is that you'll be in the exact same position that you're in now, and you can manage that.
That is fantastic advice. Like, I feel like it really resonated with me too. This segment is called Fierce. And what do you think is the most fierce thing about you?
I think the most fierce thing about me is that I have maintained a deep connection with this sense of play, this like inner child. I think it's almost an act of rebellion as, you know, we get older to still be someone who, you know, likes to be fun, likes to be silly, likes to be colorful, when so much of our adult world is such a stark contrast to that. So I think that's what makes me fierce. It's just the levity that I carry, not only in myself, but also in my work, and the general like childlike wonder that I bring to everything I do.
Spoken like a true fierce queen.
All right, you guys, the person I'm about to introduce is, by all standards, one of the fiercest women in America. She's a leading force in Latino business and media. She has dedicated her career to opening opportunities for diverse youth.
Yes, as the founder of Me Too, she's close to many of us here today. Let's give it up for the entrepreneur and activist, la jefa de las jefas, Beatriz Acevedo. Welcome.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me. La viejita del grupo.
Yes, we are so excited to have you. Thank you for coming. Are you seeing more doors opening for Latino women in fields like education, business, and politics?
Más o menos. You know, I wouldn't say we're there yet. You know, sadly, the data is the data. If I didn't have access to it, I would say, yes, absolutely. I see a lot of amazing, fierce Latinas everywhere. But we seem to be stuck in that 1% to 2% everywhere, right? When it comes to Hollywood, who gets to tell our stories, 1% to 2% we're showrunners, although we consume half of the entertainment. When you think about boards where decisions are really made, we're stuck there with 1% to 2%. When it comes to funding, right? Latinas are launching more companies in our country than any other demographic. It is not white men launching more companies, it is fierce Latinas. But yet we're the ones who get the least amount of capital, right? So yes, we should definitely clap for those Latina entrepreneurs.
That's not easy. That is not easy.
But we have a lot of work to do still when it comes to funding. So I do see more, for example, venture capitalist funds that are led by Latinas, and that's amazing, but they're not enough yet. So by default, we're going to get there just by numbers alone. You know, we look at the demographics and we see that, for example, in California, in New York, 1 in every 2 babies that are born are Latinos. So you just do the math and you think, okay, in 20, 30 years, we'll absolutely take over. But I want to accelerate that. I don't want to wait 20 to 30 years for us to be those CEOs, those venture capitalists, those people running Hollywood. I want that to happen much faster.
Absolutely. Yes, and you continue leaving a legacy as a Latina entrepreneur devoted to your community with your new startup, Suma Wealth. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that? That's so incredible.
Sure. Well, Suma Wealth was born during the pandemic, so it's a pandemic baby. And I was a little bit like Tom Brady. I was so comfortable in retirement for a hot second only. And the pandemic happened, and I thought, oh no, this is not okay. Our community, as you all know, were the ones who had the biggest deaths, right, of any other demo, but also economic hardship. And, you know, as Latino families, we didn't even have $1,000 in savings collectively. So collectively, the whole family, $1,000, that's very little money, but yet we are the biggest consumers. So we're like, you know, my mom always say, pues no tengo dinero. I'm like, pues sí tienes dinero, right? Like even to go to Ross, you have dinero. But she is definitely not saving or investing her money. So I wanted to build a company that really empowered Latinos to become owners. So changing that mentality of being amazing consumers, which is all great for all the advertisers out there. But also I want to see that stat that says Latinos are the biggest investors, Latinos are the biggest savers one day, hopefully. And also to teach our community something that I didn't know growing up, right? My parents didn't give me stocks for my birthday, but now it's very easy. You can start investing with $1, with $5, and our community needs to know that. We need to teach the next generation that, you know, we belong in the money conversation. We should be building wealth for ourselves and for the next generations, and do it in a way, you know, just like Me Too does it, very much in culture, very much in a fun way. We use a lot of Bad Bunny examples in the way we teach you how to invest. So by all means, check it out, and it's free, and it's an app that pretty much coaches you. Like if your abuelita was knowledgeable about finance, the app will speak to you that way. It'll tell you que hay comida en la casa. Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, and also right now, we're kind of at the tail end of Hispanic Heritage Month. And like every year, brands are kind of putting out messages with Latino audiences. Looking at this year's Hispanic Heritage messaging, what do you think are brands getting better at connecting with us in a meaningful way? And what do you think brands can continue doing to kind of stay relevant within Latinos?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously I don't mean to pat ourselves in the back here with how Me Too has done, you know, in culture content, I think better than anybody. And I think brands are little by little learning from that, or hopefully aligning themselves with companies like Me Too to do more of that. But I think for a long time, US-born English-dominant Latinos were completely invisible to brands. People would think, oh, you know, Latinos, okay, perfect. You know, I'm gonna put my ad on Univision because they're all Spanish-speaking immigrants. They don't speak English and they watch soaps. And that's just a very big generalization. What we saw from the census is that 80% of the under 34 are the bilingual, bicultural Latinos. So that's the majority now of the market that maybe it wasn't years ago when they were thinking only Spanish. So I think this is the growth market. This is the biggest demo. This is the demo driving the economy, driving GDP growth, entering the workforce at the fastest rate, enrolled in college at the fastest rate. So we are an amazing demographic for any brand, but they need to understand that we're not all the same, that we don't consume the same content as our parents or grandparents, and that things change, right? So doing in culture, right, messaging and culture is very, very different than in language. And I think, you know, nobody does it better than this crowd.
Yes, that's true.
Incredible, wise words for sure. You're right on the pulse.
But a lot of your advocacy work is done through the Acevedo Foundation. Can you tell us a little bit about what does the Acevedo Foundation do?
Yeah, sure. So my dad was, you know, the classic Latino story that he was the first in his family to go to college. He became an attorney, and he had a really interesting relationship with money. He really disliked rich people, right? And he would always talk really badly about rich people, and he would say esos nuevos ricos, like. And so when he did well in his career as an attorney, he hated being, you know, in his mind rich, because to put himself through law school, he had to clean buildings and play billiards and, you know, be an amateur boxer. Like, he would do all these side hustles. So whenever he felt, okay, I have a comfortable life, not that he was a millionaire by any means, he felt that money was bad, right? So the way that he made peace with himself was by starting a foundation 30 years ago and giving all the money to this foundation. And he's funded a lot of kids to be able to go to college. And his focus was really college and education, because he didn't want other people in our community to have so many side hustles or be so hard to go get to college and get an education. So when my dad passed away about 5 years ago, I took over the foundation and I expanded the focus to also have economic empowerment, which is a lot of the work that I do now with SUMA, and also access to capital, right? You know, I will bet on Latinas night and day. I think they're amazing and very, very fierce. So I want to make sure that these incredible Latina entrepreneurs get the mentorship, yes, but also the access to capital that they deserve. So the foundation, those are the three pillars: education, access to capital, and also economic empowerment.
I love it. She is doing big things for our community. Man, thank you all, obviously, for the great work that you do for with the foundation. And also, we have a little surprise for you today. Yes. I'm going to let someone you know well, Mitu's Vice President, Wendy Barba, tell you more about it. Come on up, Wendy.
Welcome, Wendy.
See you. Always great to see you. We were in line together to see Obama a few weeks ago. We were very unsuccessful, but we had a good time in line for 2.5 hours.
And we didn't get in. And I lied to you when we were in the makeup room. You were like, oh, are we going to be on stage together? And I said no. But I have a little bit of a surprise for you. First of all, I just want to say thank you for all of the work that you've done for us. I've known you since 2015. And during the time, you were carving out a very special place for first-generation Latinos to share their Latinidad with so much pride. It didn't exist back then, and that space is what we now know today as Me Too. And yes. So through Me Too, and since 2015, we made so many people cry with wholesome videos. We made a lot of people laugh with our memes that we all share on Facebook and Instagram. And we also inspired sharing the stories of how resilient Latinos are in our community and all the businesses that they launched on their own. Beyond that, you also inspired millions of first-generation Latinos, including myself. So watching you coming into the office every single day was so inspirational because you were always so adamant about sharing your mission, which was to uplift Latinos in our entire community. And I don't know if you know this, and this might come off a little creepy, but every time I saw you in meetings or giving direction on a project or speaking on panels, I was always taking notes secretly because I wanted to be as fierce as you when I grew up. And I know I wasn't the only one who was inspired watching you work every single day in the office. Some of our team members went on to direct their own feature films, which is crazy. Some of them are published authors, and a lot of them are also their own jefas, just like you. They launched their own businesses on their own, yes. And it doesn't stop there. If you jump into the comments, you can see millions of people saying thank you so much for everything that you've created. So on behalf of everyone that you've inspired, we want to say thank you so much. And it's my honor and privilege to present to you the 2022 Latina Vader Award.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to see the next generation leading. You guys have done an incredible job. That's all I can aspire, and I'm always here to support every one of you and, of course, my entire community that I adore. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy and Beatriz. Congratulations. Te lo mereces. Our next Latino Vader Award is a very special one because it goes to a young woman who demonstrates how las Mexicanas are crushing it, literally, anywhere they go. Meet the first Mexican woman to go to space. NASA engineer and Latina Vader Award recipient, Katya Echazarreta.
Oh my goodness, Kat. First of all, I just want to say what an honor and a privilege it is to be here interviewing you. You have a lot of fans over here on the Me Too NGL side, and it's just so exciting to be here. But I mean, you're fresh off the space shuttle, first of all. What was that experience like? I'd love to learn a little bit about that.
Well, the experience was incredible. I had the time of my life, although I do want to go back, so I won't say it was the experience of a lifetime. It was just so fun and so just stunning to be able to see our planet. I mean, that is just something that is so hard for me to even explain what it entails, because I mean, you have the logical side where your mind is just so confused and it's trying to understand everything. You have the emotional side where you don't even know what it is you're feeling. You have the physical side, which is, you're floating. You have all of the blood. You feel the pressure on your head from the microgravity and the way that the blood isn't able to flow normally like it would here on Earth. So you're feeling all of those things all at once, and it is just beautiful, but a lot.
When you think of your childhood, where did your passion for space come from? Did you always think that going to outer space was going to be a tangible goal for you?
It's really interesting for me because I have just always been fascinated by outer space, just my entire life. I don't think there's ever been a moment in my life where I wasn't. Even my mom has told me stories of how I would just naturally gravitate to that before I could even express thoughts. It was just something I've always been very passionate about. And even my middle name, it's kind of funny because my middle name is Celeste, which means of the sky, of the stars. For me, I think that the only reason I'm here is because I believed I would be. Because when you have a goal like this, there's no way to achieve it unless you're actively working towards it. And there's no way you can comfortably work towards something like this if you don't actually believe in some part of your heart that you'll eventually be able to do it.
Was there ever a moment where you felt like giving up? And was there a phrase or something that, you kind of kept in the back of your mind that would motivate you to keep going?
I absolutely have tried to give up multiple times. I mean, the road is tough. It's already tough as it is to try to become an engineer and to try to get to NASA and to try to go to space. That's already hard. But then unfortunately on top of that, I have to also add on the fact that I'm a woman, the fact that I am Mexican, I am a Latina. I have a lot of different things working against me. Racism exists, colorism exists, sexism and machismo exist, and so you add on all of those different factors and of course it gets really difficult. The statistics have shown that within the first 2 years of women being in engineering fields, they're leaving at very high rates. And when they ask these women why they're leaving, it's not because they didn't like the job, it's not because they thought it was too hard, it's not because they thought it wasn't for them, specifically the job itself. It is the way that they're being treated in the workplace. That is what they're saying is the reason. So it's hard. And of course, sometimes you feel like you can't go on anymore. But for me, I've always had one question that I always get back to. And whenever I feel like I'm not going to be able to keep going, whenever anything happens, a setback, an obstacle, or just a failure along the way, which is very normal, I remember that I used to write a big W on my hand or on my wrist. Because what is it that we do when we're feeling down? We tend to look down. And so I wanted that reminder to be there whenever I needed it. I would write it on my wrist every single day, even when I didn't feel like I needed it, because you never know when it's going to come in handy. Now, what does it mean though? What does that W stand for? The question is, what are you going to do about it? So something happened that you didn't expect, a failure, a setback. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to mope? Are you going to feel bad about yourself? Are you going to cry? Is that going to help? Or are you going to take some steps in order to try to fix the situation? So that is always what I went back to.
I love that. I am going to take a page out of your book and probably write a W on my wrist to remember that when things get tough. I want to get back to something that you said about being a Mexican woman in STEM. When you hear people introducing you now as the first Mexicana to travel to space, like what images flash through your mind?
It's bizarre because for so long I have been inspired by those Hispanic figures in space, right? We have Ellen Ochoa, which was the first Hispanic woman in space. We have Jose Hernandez, who went from migrant worker to NASA astronaut. And so when I look at figures like that and to think that I am now among them, it's just so strange to me. But at the same time, it's a big responsibility. because I now have so many people, thousands of children in Latin America, in the United States from Hispanic backgrounds, start looking to me as that story of success, that story of she came from this, which is where I come from, and she's been able to do that. So it's really important for me to be able to share that story, because it is a story that is so common to so many of us from Hispanic backgrounds or first generations here in the US. So to be able to show people, like, yes, I had nothing. Yes, I had to live off of $5 a week when I first started college, and that's all I had to eat. And look at me now. Look at what I've done. Look at what I've accomplished. You can do it too. I don't want anyone to look at me and feel intimidated. I want them to feel motivated.
I mean, we've all at this point seen those videos of little kids dressing up and you talking to them and just inspiring the next generation of people in STEM. So it's really exciting to hear firsthand, the impact that this has on you, and of course to kind of relay, the impact that you have on all of us as well. Again, it's very, very exciting to be here with you. So you recently wrote on an Instagram caption, "For the first time in a long time, thousands of Mexican kids are daring to dream outside of the planet." You, Kat, are the reason that these Mexican kids are now dreaming of going to space. What does it feel like to be the reason for these children, for these Latinos and Latinas that will allow themselves to dream big?
This really reminds me of a Sally Ride quote that I love, and I don't remember it exactly, but it says something like, "I didn't become an astronaut and join NASA to become a role model, but when I did, I realized it was what I had to be." And that is something that really applies to me as well. I mean, I didn't do any of this because I wanted the attention from the press or the media, or to have thousands and thousands of kids looking up to me. That's not really why I did it. I did it because I wanted to. I did it because I had this dream of achieving this for myself, despite where I come from and despite everything that I've had to work through and live. But when I finally got there, I realized how big this was to so many people who have that same dream and who come from that same background. And so for me, I have realized that me going to space was not the journey. The journey is what comes afterwards.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, Kat, for all of your hard work, for remaining true to yourself, for all of your amazing accomplishments thus far, and for where you still have yet to go, for your passion to get more women and more minorities involved in STEM, it is an honor and a privilege to present you with our Latinovator Award. Congratulations. I could not think of anyone more deserving and more inspiring and more accomplished, and felicidades.
First of all, this is beautiful, so thank you so much. I think that for me, like I said, this has never really been about the titles of the first this or the first that or recognitions. It's the most important thing I've realized are the people who I've been able to motivate and I've been able to inspire. And if 30 years from now or 20 years from now, somebody is able to come up to me and say, "I saw you and what you did," or "I saw you speak," or "I saw an interview of yours and I just became so inspired and I kept going until reaching outer space," like that is all I can hope for. So thank you so much for this. And I mean, any accomplishment of mine is really not truly mine, because there are so many people that stand next to all of us that are able to achieve really big things. For me, that is my family, every single one of them. My mom particularly, who always told me that I could do anything, even as a little Mexican girl who, as we know traditionally, that's not really what little girls are being taught still in some households. So I think that any achievement of mine is an achievement of my mom's. So thank you, Mommy.
Who said the sky's the limit? Congratulations, Katya Echazarreta, for reminding us why we always gotta shoot for the stars. And that was our Fierce Fireside Chat. Remember that you can find more fierce content like that at fierce.wearemetoo.com.
Congratulations, Beatriz and Kat. Well deserved. For our next segment, I recently had the pleasure to meet a group of talented, up-and-coming filmmakers at the McDonald's Spotlight Dorado panel. It was a great chat, and I left feeling great about the future of Latino representation in the film industry. Here's the conversation. Hey, familia, now we take a leap into the future. That is, the future of American filmmaking, which is looking more and more Latino thanks to initiatives like McDonald's Spotlight Dorado. Spotlight Dorado is helping emerging Latino voices tell their stories and realize their vision in film. They're boosting Latino representation in show business. Now, to talk more about their films and the importance of an authentic portrayal of real Latino life experiences on the screen, I'm joined today by this year's Spotlight Dorados finalists, Lorena Rusi, Jasmine Aguilar, and Jesus Zelaya. Bienvenidos, chicos! Also with us, we have Lucy Cabrera Leos, who is McDonald's Multicultural Marketing Manager. Bienvenida, Lucy.
Bien, gracias. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for being here with us today. This is such an exciting interview because I am so passionate about this subject and we have so much to talk about. But Lucy, I want to start with you. So tell us more about the Spotlight Dorado program. Why did McDonald's USA decide to launch this initiative that's centered around championing Latino talent? And can you share a little bit of the details behind the inspiration and how it all came together?
Yeah, so at McDonald's, we know that at our core, our values are all about representation from our crew to our customers. And, with our young Latino customers, we know that fair and authentic representation is really important to them. We wanted to make sure we could, bring a program that could do just that. So Spotlight Dorado was, born, so to speak, to, champion Latino talent in industries where we know they're underrepresented. So we started year one with film, knowing that I think less than 1% of Latinos make up directors and filmmakers within Hollywood. So we started year one with film, and the platform itself is really meant to grow and evolve, to go into other industries, to continue to elevate young Latinos and their stories and help them, not only financially, but with mentorship as well. So from a Latino perspective, we're meant to help inspire, but also give them the resources that they need to do so.
Fantastico. And also to launch a short film contest earlier this year, McDonald's, you guys teamed up with a diverse team of industry leaders, and including, who I adore, actor Stephanie Beatriz. And can you expand a little bit on these partners and what their roles are?
Yeah, so this program, Spotlight Dorado, would not have been possible without our great partners. They're industry leaders, not only within filmmaking, but also, share our same values as a brand and our mission of uplifting Latino voices and their stories and driving change within the industry, knowing that it needs more representation. So making sure that this rang true, we worked with Stephanie Beatriz, to your point. She's an advocate and ally, and also with Ben Lopez from L21 Consulting and the Hispanic Heritage Foundation to really give us that subject matter expertise within this program. We also worked with a few different folks, within the different disciplines within filmmaking. So director Carlos Lopez Estrada, showrunner Ileana Peña, actress Danae Garcia, and writer Nancy Mejia. Really an all-star team of mentors to give our finalists the resources and knowledge and tools that they would need to round out these films and ultimately produce them.
Absolutely, and our finalists couldn't be in better company than with these mentors. This is absolutely fantastic. I'm going to jump to you guys, the finalists. I'm super excited to get to know each and every one of you. So tell me a little bit about yourselves, your names, where you're from, and why you do what you do. And let's start with the ladies. I don't know who wants to take the spot first. Jasmine, Lorena.
I'm Jasmine Aguilar, writer-director from Los Angeles. I'm from Southgate, California. Why do I do this? I just want to get what's in my head out, and I feel like the things I like or that I want to see, I haven't seen it on camera yet, so that's my goal, is just to do that. I'll take it to Lorena.
My name is Lorena Rusi, or Lorena Rusi, for those that get scared to say it that way. I'm from Queens, New York originally. I sort of look like Weird Al Yankovic. I mainly do comedy because I look like Weird Al Yankovic. And my life is kooky. I used to be a pro soccer player. I studied film and media and like almost pursued a PhD in gender studies. So my like brand as a filmmaker is very much sports, education, comedy. So it's just like the Jay-Z. Is that Jay-Z? I'm not cool enough. But I think the reason that I do what I do is because I sort of have become this weird like Jacqueline of all trades, and I just really want to create change. I think that media is how you create change. I think as a queer person, you know, as a Latina, creating films is how I've both engendered myself to speak up and also like dissect what I'm thinking about, but it also is how I connect with my communities and also bridge the gap between my peers and people that are nothing like me. So I think that's ultimately why I do what I do. And I'll pass it to Jesus C.
What's up, man? And I gotta take Lorena's dance move because I can't leave her standing there. My name is Jesus Celaya, and I'm from Wenatchee, Washington, a small town. And then an even smaller town in Mexico called La Sangre, very violent, from Sonora, Mexico. And I do what I do because I think I've just been taken captive by my obsessive nature, and I really do enjoy this. And that was kind of enough for me. And yeah, I got to get some of these ideas out.
Hey, Jesus, who are some of the role models that you were looking up to while growing up and getting inspired and wanting to break into show business?
Oh man, well I used to look at the back of the VHS tapes and memorize the names of the directors and writers, and see whose names would come up repetitively. And I remember Francis Ford Coppola was like the first one that I like took note of, and you know that's the one that taught me quality. And then later it was honestly Robert Rodriguez. Just seeing him take up a small camera and you know saying in like the little making of featurettes that you could do it. I already knew I wanted to be in film since kind of before memory, but that was like one time I was like absolutely sure that I could do this.
Can I just say really funny, Jesus being like Coppola, he shares Coppola on his Instagram so often.
Es mi tío, pues.
Coppola diehard. No, I love him too. I also just want to say I rarely get to hang out with these two, and it's really nice being here. I always forget how much I miss you until I see you, and then I'm like, yeah, there they are. Who are my inspirations? I mean, not to be stereotypical, but Almodóvar is probably my like try and true. I lived in Madrid for a little bit, and that's where I got to live in the indie Spain cinema scene. And yeah, I mean, just to get to paint with the tiniest brush, like I think as Latinos, we get it. We sort of are, I think, painted in really broad strokes, and I'm really curious to paint with the smallest brush and show nuances in all of these different characters that are coincidentally Latino. And I think Almodóvar did that for me with Latinidad, but also I think specifically just being weird, and I think queerness, and I think that's who I love watching.
True. I agree with you, and I love Almodóvar too. And Jasmine, who inspired you?
So I was born in the 90s, so I was really inspired by Tim Burton, and I think it was just like my edginess as a kid and just like that gothic look, but also because he was inspired by animation. So I started in animation at first, and then just being able to translate that into like, you know, storyboards and talking to cinematographer for framing and just seeing how he set up his sets and all of that really felt like there's just more to do in film. Like I can dip my hands in so many creative spaces and the sound and the visual aspect. And I would also say like Edgar Wright, because I would watch like Shaun of the Dead so much growing up, and like again like playing with visual style. So all of those things with directors and being bold and taking a chance, and really inspired me to do the same.
I was actually just going to go into that because it's just about representation, but positive media representation, particularly for, you know, minorities and marginalized groups. And like, so do you guys think that, you know, from your perspective, do you think there has been a progress in terms of the type of Latino characters that are being portrayed on TVs and movies nowadays? Are we on a good track?
I just think there aren't as many roles in general when it comes to Latino characters. So just amplifying that and getting diverse stories. What I mean by that is just by we have a lot of focus on the important stories, but like also focusing on the entertainment stories. So we don't have to feel like we have to speak for everybody when we make something. It's like we need more stories that are just told for fun. We need more stories that are just purely like the director's vision. I think there's just a lot of responsibility put on directors, actors, and writers right now. And what really is freedom and representation to me is letting those like artists and creators to do whatever they want. So I think we're missing that right now. And I think we have a lot of work to go to get to that point.
Like a big piece that we don't talk about is the bridge between directors and casting directors. Like a huge component to this is the CD has to understand what the director wants. And then also we can't be inundated by fear. Like if we have these casting directors that don't necessarily understand what the quote unquote like Latino vision is, it's like they don't want to make a mistake. Let's go with a safe thing. And so it's like actually exploring and unpacking that really looks like we need all walks of life to be working on the movies that we're making. So like if a CD, like for my film, I needed a butch Latina kid, right? So my CD needed to understand like what that looked like and being able to have a robust three-dimensional conversation about the specific Latina that had to look like me and be a funny little kid. Ironically, I ended up playing the little kid because we didn't have time. It's fine. It's for a different segment. But I think that it's really just trying to empower people with conversation and making sure that people aren't, moving, their compass isn't being, whatever the logistical term is, but you're not setting it up with like fear. You're actually empowering yourself with knowledge and information. So like actually having these conversations and having CDs enter the spaces and communicate with actors what doesn't work, what works. If I'm an actor and I read a breakdown that to me I'm like, oh, this seems really basic and not robust and I don't think they're going to get it, I'm not going to approach that role, which means we're losing out on potential talent. And so like to me it's all about the ecosystem that we're building. And so really it comes down to who are we hiring behind the scenes, who's in front of the camera, and who's running the ship, and can they actually communicate that effectively to the rest of the team.
So, on a different note, earlier this year, you guys were all selected as finalists in the McDonald's Spotlight Dorado short film contest. This is a multi-year platform. It's created to uplift Latinos and talent across different industries, starting with film. So, can you tell us a little bit about how has it been going through the initiative and what your experience has been like so far? And how do you think, so this is like a triple whammy, how do you think this is going to impact your career? Lorena, how do you think it's going to change the game for you?
The process with Spotlight Dorado it's been like a 3-month thing, right? So it's like you start off and you're like, I don't know what this is. I'm just going to submit to this thing, right? And then it's like really evolved into, I made a short film that's going to go to people. And so it's like this really profound thing that happens when like you're making something. I think anytime anyone makes something, the imposter syndrome sort of starts like coming in like, this isn't really happening. This can't be happening. And so I think like it's profoundly impacted me in that it's the largest scale project I've had to do where I've been at the helm of the ship. And I think ultimately like, with the stuff, I mean, we've been talking a lot about, access and people in positions of power. Like, I think something else we need to acknowledge is that our industry is really hard. Like, we are the 1% of the 1%. And so, like, to have this for me to be able to showcase and show myself, that's going to have someone want to invest in me and give me a chance for, like, roles down the line, right? Like, ultimately, I think that, yes, I love the piece I made, and I'm really proud of it, and actually that's a huge victory. But like looking at it in terms of like the impact of it, you have to also measure what this is going to do for me within the next like decade of my life.
How about you, Jesus? How is it changing the game for you? And are you having similar experiences to Lorena?
Yeah, man. It's always just I've never walked out of making a project and been like, well, that was easy. So this has been. It's been a constructive challenge, and not to sound too Mexican, but it's just a while to go, Yeah, it's been a very specific thing, but the truth is bottom line, I had I didn't have this short film before. Now I do, and that's just the big thing for me. So I'm incredibly grateful to have that. And in terms of how things will change for me, I'll just have to speak in definites. And I think it's given me a television series that I can sell and push forward and use this as a proof of concept. So any and every way that I can use this to leverage into some sort of success, I'm going to use, and I'm feeling pretty great about that.
And you, Jasmine?
Yeah, I mean, I first wrote this. I didn't think anyone would see it because I wrote it as a pilot. So I'm like, oh, it's going to be like years. Like, I don't know when this is going to be sold. It's a genre piece. There's so much to it. It has kids, it has horses. And I was given the opportunity to do that way earlier than I thought. And tell the short version of that in like a proof of concept way. And it feels surreal. Like the imposter syndrome that Lorena was talking about, it just like, is this really happening? Is it like this silly thing I wrote? Like, it just feels so strange. I'm like, me? But I mean, just owning it and making the most of it. Like, I mean, I couldn't have done this without my team. Like, 2 weeks to like do a crazy Western, like that's insane. So I think it would be a great proof of concepts to start pitching, and I'm really excited. And this wouldn't have happened this fast without this, so I am very grateful.
Okay, now Lucy, we hear that once the shorts are produced, they will be submitted to a national popular vote, and then we will determine the grand prize winner of the Spotlight Dorado. So what can fans expect in the next coming weeks, and when are we going to be voting, and the period's going to be opening for the films?
Yeah, so I can't wait to see them either. I'm very excited to see all of them. So November 7th is our magic date when voting will open on our website, spotlightdorado.com. Folks can go online, watch the films, and then vote for their favorite. And we'll select a winner in December. And I can't wait to see them. And the different genres are so fun and interesting and different, and I can't wait to see who our winner is. And we'll have an announcement coming up in December.
And now, since the train doesn't just stop here, and it's a multi-year initiative, how will the program evolve to continue addressing representation in film?
Yeah, so a big part of this, we didn't know what we would find when we launched this program. We ideally thought we would start with one industry and then maybe move on the next year, but we still think there's more work to be done in film. So next year we're going to continue on with film and hopefully look at different avenues and places where we can not only showcase this work in the program, but also gather new talent. So we'll continue on with the film industry for next year and see how we can continue to recognize and empower Latino talent within film.
Which leads me to my next question, because in addition to the Spotlight Dorado, does McDonald's have any other initiatives that are specifically to catering to the Hispanic community right now going on or in the future?
Yeah, so supporting the growing Hispanic community is really at the core of what we do as a brand. From our crew to our customers, it's very important. And throughout the years, we've really done a great job as McDonald's to connect back with the Hispanic community through initiatives within music, education, and sports. Specifically, we have our Hacer National Scholarship, which is for our aspiring college students to apply, and we offer scholarship money for young Latinos, and we've been doing that for over 30 years. And most recently, we're in year 2 of a program called Ritmo y Color, where we connect with local visual artists and musical artists to really combine those 2 passion points for Latinos within the music and the arts.
That's awesome. That's great to hear all of those initiatives to the community and elevating. So thank you so much for that. And then lastly, guys, I just want to know, what advice do you give to aspiring Latino filmmakers who are just starting out?
Run in the other direction. I think it's a really hard industry. I think when you're starting out, it can feel overwhelming because it's so tiered. It's like the business, the artistry, you as a person. Like, what I always advise is, I think 1, like, you got to take care of yourself. What do you actually believe in? What do you think about? Go live your life, go be in the world. I think 2, you just got to practice, work really hard at it. Like, right, I was bad at it. I was sort of funny. And then this is like 12 years of practice, like repeat and, reduce, reuse, recycle. So I think like for me, it's really much about take care of yourself, like go to a therapist, write on the weekends, make your money, take care of yourself. And then like over time, you know, hustle and yeah, if you can do something better, do it. But otherwise, if you love this, like I think obviously the three of us do, then take care of yourself and work hard at it.
True. Jasmine, what is your advice?
Jump in.
You jump in,
writing
babe.
it all out. Well, like write it all out for sure. Like Lorena was saying, like you have to just. It's gonna be terrible when you first do it. It's inevitable, but like you're gonna work at it. That's the point. So just keep working at it, and then you get to a point where it's like, okay, cool. Then the next time you do it, it's like, okay, I'm not scared to see that first draft anymore, because I know that's how the process works. But I think another big thing, me being a writer director, is like it takes time to find your style. Like it's okay. Like you're gonna do a lot of things that your favorite directors do, and maybe it's not gonna work out because maybe that doesn't come naturally to you. So it's really a process of trial and error, because I used to love Xavier Dolan in college, and then I realized, oh, I'm not good at doing Xavier Dolan. That doesn't come to me naturally. So it was just trial and error, and then you get to a point, and that never ends. So yeah, just get ready for a process of always learning, always trying new things out. And I think that's what's so great about it, is just being a little chameleon through the years. But it is hard work, and that's something that should always be known. But if you put your heart into it, you know, in your work, you know, it'll work out, I think, in the end.
Can I piggyback off that also, just to Jasmine's point about finding your style? I think also as Latinos, we get pushed into these pockets and are forced to try these things that are like correct, but like it's all subjective and nothing is correct. I think to your point, it's like try to find your voice, whatever that looks like, whoever that embodies or reflects.
I would probably just say focus on the quality of your work, you know. Just because there's so much already, like, as an avalanche coming up against you, you holding yourself back in little ways with I mean, I'll say the word excuses, but sometimes they're not. It's just like, you know, you submit your script, you submit your film, you submit yourself to things, and you're gonna hear no a lot. And you can say, well, it's because of this, it's because of that. And maybe, you know, even if there is racist undertones, even if that's all true, like none of that gives you anything. It just wasn't good enough. Because we can't just be good within this time period. We're in like the crux of the change. Can't just be good. We got to be great. And you know, the quality of the work is the thing that'll change everything. And if it's so good that it can't be ignored, then, you know, all argument ceases, and that's the level that we got to hold ourselves to. So yeah, you know, that's what I would push for more than anything.
You know, and McDonald's is giving this opportunity, and you're part of this. How does it feel to you?
It's pretty remarkable. I have to say there is something really special about being able to, when we thought about this program, and we've been working on this for over a year now, we've been working on this. So seeing it from its inception of an idea to actually like getting to chat with you guys. And the majority of the time where you guys were producing these films and we announced our finalists, I was also on maternity leave. So I'm coming back from like a whole new spectrum of life. Part of what I love doing for my job, you know, I do a lot of different things versus, you know, I sell burgers and fries, but also like getting to do these types of initiatives that we do have the power and the outreach as a brand of our scale is what I love about my job. So it's really cool to hear you guys talk about not only your different passion points, but what this means to you and your families. Like, that's amazing. Well, my parents couldn't tell you what I do for a living. I love to be able to hear that your parents and your families are just so proud of the work that we've been able to help you do. So being just a small piece of that journey is really just the payoff for me. So thank you guys for sharing that.
If you are interested in becoming a new filmmaker, I think something that's really important is applications and making sure that you're applying to stuff. What was cool about Spotlight Dorado is that it was free, right? And it's a lot of money. So if you guys go to spotlightdorado.com, you'll be able to find the application for next year and do it, because we're all Steven Spielberg now. So it'll change your life.
Well, I honestly think, guys, that we couldn't finish this in a better way. I'm walking out of this super inspired and motivated and so proud of each and every one of you for elevating our community and just keep on going, and the sky's the limit. And I want to thank you again for joining us in this conversation today. I can't wait to see the shorts and hopefully the many films that will follow. Así que un abrazo grande y buena suerte a todos.
Un abrazo.
Muchas gracias.
Man, what a great program es el Spotlight Dorado. Remember to check out all of the short films from our 3 finalists and vote for your favorite starting in November. And to learn more about Spotlight Dorado, be sure to visit the McDonald's sponsor page in our virtual exhibit hall at Hispanicize.com.
Music is such an essential part of the Latino life experience. I mean, who didn't grow up with the radiocito, going on all day in la cocina? And a ver, how many of you have a favorite club banger playlist for doing chores? Not everybody gets it, but you know who does? Crema does.
Así es. That's why next for our Crema Fireside Chat, we have a hot artist that's been cruising the streets of Los Angeles with a new sound infused with a rich musical background. Welcome, MKY!
Yay!
Welcome.
There he is.
Hey.
I'm so excited to talk to you. I've interviewed you before, but I feel like you always have something really cool and insightful to say. Now, your music is so interesting because it is such a beautiful blend of, I feel like, who you are, right? It's a little bit of R&B, some of that soul. I know you love the oldies and all that. So how did you, as an artist, ultimately end up coming up with your sound? Because as an artist, you have to discover your sound. You have to experiment. How did you end up being like, you know what, this is who I am?
Well, I come from 3 generations of music. Mi abuelo, mi papá son cantantes también, so that kind of bred me into what I listened to growing up. And being Chicano from East LA, oldies is a big part of my life. So yeah, that shaped me to as the artist I am today.
Nice. Oh, you started with boy band on ABC, and then how did you go from starting in boy band to becoming MKY? How? What was that like?
I was a baby when I was on the TV show Boy Band. Very grateful for that experience because that got me to where I am today. But yeah, I was a 17-year-old boy on a TV show. I knew I loved music, that was my passion, but that definitely shaped me to the artist that I am today. And yeah, very grateful for that experience.
That's awesome. And I had seen you also, you were at the Latin billboards in Miami. I ran into you. We had so much fun. So tell me a little bit about how that experience was for you, because there's so many artists, there's so many people hustling on social media trying to make it to, what is the Latin billboards and the Grammys and all that. So did that moment feel surreal for you, or are you kind of used to it at this point?
100%. That was my first time there. I wasn't a part of the show, so, I told myself, the next year, I want to be on that show, but very fortunate.
Yeah, some inspiration, right? Like when you go to those, it's like, okay, well, I'm here. I'm not exactly all the way there, but I'm going to be there. 100%.
Exactly.
I love that.
Ahora, aquí grado 33, así en confidencia, ¿no? ¿Qué son las cosas que te hacen feliz outside of being on the stage?
It's a very hard question because I'm always like making music, but I love spending time with my family, fitness. I feel like all of that shapes me up as who I am today. But yeah, I'm always creating music, or practicing playing guitar or something.
And what's your process like in the studio when you're creating music? Are you somebody that likes to have a big crowd there, or are you somebody that kind of just likes to hone in on with one producer, one person, keep it minimal, keep it intimate?
It depends. For the most part, very intimate most of the time. Sometimes, I like some friends to be there. That definitely plays a part. Yeah.
Okay, I got another question. So if somebody were to make a movie about your life, would it be a Marvel movie, a Pixar movie, or an R-rated film?
R-rated, okay. I like that question.
I think a little bit of both, but mainly R-rated.
We love the honesty here.
You heard it first.
Yes.
Keep it real here.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Mikey Jimenez, a.k.a. MKY. And if you can't get enough of this guapísimo and eclectic singer, follow him on Instagram and YouTube. And when you share, don't forget to use the hashtag Unidos Together. You can also find more of his music news, and the latest about your favorite Latino artists at the Crema website and social media outlets. Thank you so much, MKY.
Thank you so much.
Latino identity is so complex, man. We simply come from everywhere. Did you know there's a company out there who can tell you more about where you come from? Meaning, give you reports about your DNA and what your DNA can say about you.
Así es. I didn't know, but many of you probably do. There's a sponsor of this event that is called 23andMe. They're named after the 23 pairs of chromosomes that we have.
I love it. And each pair of chromosomes have really cool information in them. So this company decided that everyone should really get to know about their DNA. I mean, you have a driver's license and a birth certificate and a social security card. Why do we not have information on our DNA? It's ours.
Es que no tiene sentido. You want to know my favorite part, Jess, is that not many people realize your DNA can provide insight in wellness areas in your life, like, you know, your caffeine consumption, like your sleep quality, even lactose intolerance you can find out through your DNA. So it's like, whoa, why not now? To discover more about your 23 pairs of chromosomes, and 23andMe is offering Hispanicize viewers an amazing offer on their health and ancestry service now through October 28th.
It's easy. Just visit 23andme.com/Hispanicize 2022 to get your discount. There's a limit of 3 kits per order, and be sure to follow me on Instagram as I begin my own 23andMe journey. I can't wait to share what I learned about myself.
Yes!
And to our dear audience here at the studio, we don't need to see your DNA to know you're awesome, but just the same, you all get one 23andMe kit, so enjoy it and happy genetic discoveries! You get a kit, and you get a kit. Everybody gets a kit.
So before we continue, we want to make a pause to thank everybody who came here today to the brand new NGL Me Too Studios. You've been the best audience, so thank you.
Amazing energy. Yeah. All right, and 5 of you could take home today this beautiful book by Turner Classic Movies called Viva Hollywood, The Legacy of Latin and Hispanic Artists in American Film, courtesy of your sponsor, Warner Brothers Discovery.
Yes, and in order to win, Jessica's prepared a little game of Loteria for you.
Okay, así es. We have a taped Loteria card under each one of your seats. I'm gonna start pulling cards from this fishbowl right here. If you hear me calling your card, you know what to do. Just yell, Loteria! Okay, you guys? Here we go.
Okay, la mano inocente.
Okay, so I'm gonna look this way.
So I'll shake it, and la mano inocente de Jessica Flores is gonna pull out the card.
Here we go. All right, first card is el violoncito.
Hey!
Come on up, come on up.
Come get your book. Congratulations. Here. Thank you very much.
All righty, you ready, Enrique?
Yeah. El camarón.
Hey! Come on up, come on up.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Keep your camarón,
All right,
your
you guys.
camarón. All right, Jess, you ready?
We have 3 more.
Let's do this.
All right, here we go. All right, we're just gonna go for it. Here we go. Next one is La Crypto.
¡Hey!
La
Felicitaciones,
Crypto, I love
felicitaciones.
that. La Crypto.
No te queda de recuerdo.
All right, you go for it.
A ver. Quedan dos. A ver. La corona.
¡Lotería!
¡Hey! ¡Lotería!
Yes, come claim your prize.
Felicitaciones. De recuerdo.
Okay, you guys, last one.
La
Here we
última.
go.
Este libro está buenísimo, de verdad. It's really an amazing book. It's got everybody in there.
La Garza.
La Garza.
Crickets. Oh, yeah?
¿Sí hay?
You got it? Is that a lotería?
¿Es that la lotería? Ah, sí, yay!
Yes, congratulations. Amazing.
Congratulations.
Felicidades.
Y el que se lleva el bol. All right, that was fun, wasn't it? Yeah, we want to send a shout out to our boy Mike Alfaro, who created this Loteria game for us. Así que,
Absolutely.
gracias,
Thank
Mike.
you guys for playing. We're getting very close to our last keynote speakers for this 2022 Hispanicize #Unidos Together Summit. Thank you so much for sticking around wherever you are at home, playing on screen, be at work, in the subway, en el bus, donde sea.
Donde sea. Y ahí nos consiguen en donde estén. But we're so psyched to share these outstanding speakers and content with you. The goal is to inspire you because we need more Latinos running the show. And the next message comes from one of those leaders, okay? Very super importante, tiene un mensaje increíble. Chairman and CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery Sports, Luis Silberwasser.
Was born in New York and very much like any other kid growing up in New York, but in sort of about 4 or 5, my parents decided to go back to Colombia, and I do remember, first of all, not speaking Spanish, so having to learn Spanish and being in kindergarten and with not being able to speak a lot to the kids there. And also my favorite sport at that point was baseball, and there was really no baseball in Cali, Colombia. And started becoming a Colombian, loving all the things that have to do with Colombia, including soccer and music and everything that has to do with Colombian culture. So very much consider myself primarily a Colombian, and now came back to the US for school. Listen, I love television and I love content and I love creativity. So I've been very fortunate through my years to really see a variety of great stories. And I think at the end of the day, that's really what it's all about, whether it's sports or whether it's scripted content, novelas, is the fact that they all have a story behind it, right? You want to see a player fulfill his or her dream. You want to see or read a great story, a great book, or a great novela in TV, in Spanish language TV. Through my years, not only here, but also when I was growing up in Colombia, I would say favorite ones, I remember watching Betty La Fea when I was growing up in Colombia, and one of the best things I've ever seen. Recently, in my latest job at Univision, we did 2 fantastic things, one called La Desalmada, which I really enjoyed, and Si Nos Dejan, which was also a remake from a very old classic novela that became much more contemporary. And those were fantastic stories. And now, different. Now I'm sort of following sports and not only learning about new sports like the NBA and NHL and baseball, going back to a little bit of my roots, but also seeing the emergence of soccer, which is a sport that I love in this country as well. You know, if you really want to grow as a company in the United States, you have to really target the Hispanic audience and have plans in place and have talent in place and have employees that can actually, you know, speak and develop plans for that audience as well. I've always been sort of focused on learning as much as I can about any new place that I go. And for me, it has always been about creating value and understanding the issues in place and not being so focused on where I come from or what status I have, right? And I think it's great in many ways that I can sort of be part of a community that I represent very proudly, and sort of my contribution to the company and every company that I've been is to sort of bring that point of view.
Yes. And now we're back with a final clip from our group of amigos who love their Remy Martin. Let's check back in on one of them as they celebrate their accomplishments, no matter how big or small.
Cheers to all of us being here together. Salud.
Salud. Oh, wait.
It was your birthday.
It was your birthday.
¡Cumpleaños!
Fue hace como 4 meses. Hace
Pero
4
igual.
meses. Pero bueno, salud.
¡Salud!
Matt.
You got a new haircut. Sí, igualito. ¡Salud! ¡Salud!
Oh, wait. Steph got a great parking spot right outside. No, pero sabes que ella es una suertuda siempre. Llega tarde.
Salud. Salud. Oh, wait. Jesse.
Jesse?
I'm sure you've done something.
No creo que tengo nombre. Yo ni sé lo que hace.
No sé qué hace.
I got my PhD yesterday.
¡Salud!
¡Salud! ¡Salud! ¡Salud! A quien sea que vaya a pagar la cuenta porque Joana y yo no podemos esta vez. ¡Salud!
I have no idea what you guys are saying. Spanish is
What a day. It's been so motivating to hear success stories from fire Latinos in all fields. Actors, entrepreneurs, content creators, leaders, activists, scientists. Before we go to our last keynote of the day, I want to thank you all for the comments you've been leaving at our watch page. They help us make this experience much better.
Please enjoy an in-depth conversation simultaneously from New York City, New York, and Austin, Texas, with none other than Mr. John Leguizamo and Robert Rodriguez.
Welcome to Hispanicize, who knew this together. I'm Ann Vasquez, journalist and CEO of EdSource, and today I'm excited to sit down with writer, actor, director John Leguizamo and filmmaker Robert Rodriguez. Let's start with the fact that you both grew up in very different parts of the United States, Texas and New York. How did growing up as a Latino in the U.S. and those parts of the country shape who you are personally and professionally?
Robert, you want to go first?
Either of you.
Yeah, well, personally, I grew up in San Antonio, Texas, so I was just surrounded by, cultura, and as soon as I started making my movies, I didn't even realize that that's what it was going to be reflecting, but that was just my everyday. So I made movies literally in the backyard with my 9 siblings. So you couldn't get more Latino than that. And I was just surrounded by it. I loved the vibe, and I didn't really go anywhere, so I didn't know that's not how the rest of the world was. But I did notice, and we all noticed, that we would cheer and really love when we'd hear, like Cheech Marin's voice, on the radio, or see like Ricardo Montalban every once in a while, like on television. We were so underrepresented that when we did see someone, it was a big deal. Even if they're bad guys, just to see somebody that represented us was a huge deal, and it was so few and far between that I knew that was one of the first things I wanted to change when I got into the business.
Yeah, so at the same time, I was growing up with all this great culture around me. We were invisible everywhere, and I could see, we weren't on Broadway, we weren't on the TV shows all around us, even though we were almost equal to the white population in size. We were so invisible. It was so crazy. And that's what made me want to create my one-man shows, because I just felt like that's not the world as I see it. And it can't be the real world either, because white people must be seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. The majority of people here in the city in New York are Latin, and you're dealing with us, but you're not putting us on. So that's what motivated me to do my shows, was to see the world as I saw it, as it was revealed to everyone, but not in the media, and not in books, not in publishing, not in the newspapers, even the New York Times, New York Post, Daily News, all of them with the banner of New York City, but they're still not representing a city that is the city that I was there. There was like this cultural apartheid that was so bizarre to me, that is still lingering to today.
So let me ask you, Texas, New York, so much has been said lately about Latinos and how different we are, and we, infighting. What do you feel you both have in common?
Well, I always find that you put a bunch of Latinos that are different backgrounds on a stage together, in a room together, and we all feel like brothers and sisters. You can tell nobody would know that we're from different places. It's just the energy and you just tap into it so quickly. When I went through the list of the people that I collaborate most with, like, gosh, this one's Puerto Rican, that one's Dominican, this one's Colombian, this one, and we all get along really well, and we all find commonality in our stories, and that's just a myth that I think people try to perpetuate, but anything to keep it from happening. But I don't really believe that's true. We all have something very much in common, and that we get along really well, and have go through the same things, and know that the same solution. We've come up with the same solution. We just got to get ourselves out there.
I agree. I agree with Robert. I mean, I feel like our similarities are so much stronger than the minuscule differences of tacos and pasteles y tamales. I mean, those differences are so minuscule that the culture is what brings us together. I instantly feel at home with my Chicanos, with my Salvadorians, with my Dominicans, Cubans. I feel so at home, so in a family. I don't feel the differences. And the slight differences of accents is even more flavor that I enjoy. So I don't know. I feel like Robert is right. It's just a myth trying to break us up.
So you both are hugely successful in your own right, both in front of the camera and behind the camera. And you've been known to work outside of the system. You know, Robert, you with, creating, El Mariachi on a $7,000 budget. John with Mambo Mouth. I think you had started that at a time when acting gigs were starting to dry up. So can you guys talk about working out of the system, kind of working on your own passion projects, and how did you do that and how did you get there?
I think that was just the only way to do it. I mean, there wasn't room for us in the system, so we had to create our own systems. You have to create your own studio. You have to create your own network. You have to just be inspired by what was created before. How did that even get created? And take that and say, well, let's do that for ourselves now, and let's help each other in. Let's take that model and it works. Let's do it for those that have not been thought about. And use it to empower yourself rather than, the woe is me. Let's go do something about it. The victory is so much better when, it wasn't just handed to you. You have to go actually dig it up and build it. And because then you can build it right. You can build it up from the foundation and build it correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I did my one-man shows as a reaction, as an antidote to the lack of inclusion. It wasn't that jobs are drying up. There were no jobs, for Latin folk. I'm in a class of NYU with the top actors in America. D.B. Sweeney, Andrew McCarthy was a huge movie star. And they're going to 10 auditions a day. I'm going to one every 5 months for a villain, for a drug dealer, a murderer, or a janitor. So, when I looked at the acting breakdown of that time, it was like Jim Crow. It was whites only, basically. It was like white male, white male, white male, white male. Now, I'd ask my agent, can't you send me up for some of that stuff? He go, yeah, but they don't want to see you. And the only time you'd be, was a Latin male suspect. You know what I mean? I'm not kidding. So that's why I wrote my stuff, because it was like, come on. What is going on here? The way the media portrays us is so negative when they do portray us that I can't believe that no one's not doing what we're doing. Because when I started doing my one-man shows, all these Latin people came down. All these people filled up these seats, paying crazy dollars to see themselves reflected back. It wasn't me. It was just that they were so hungry to see themselves that I was, great to them.
Yeah, no,
I
totally.
mean?
And so let's talk about representation. And John, recently you were very outspoken about the casting of James Franco as Fidel Castro in Alina of Cuba. Now, I'm Cuban American, daughter of Cuban refugees, and I will say I also was surprised when that announcement came out. So what inspired you to speak out? And I'm wondering if your opinion has evolved or changed in the last several months since that announcement came.
Okay, first of all, why are they making a Fidel Castro movie? That's what I still want to know. Who wants to make a movie about him? He's such a complicated, weird dude that you have to really understand the politics of how he tricked his people and how he promised, a communist ideology to give to everyone, to equalize education, all that, but ended up just being an authoritarian leader. You know what I mean? So hopefully they got that part right. Secondly, brownface has been going on since the early 1900s. Because we've been always here. It's a myth that we just got here. We've been here forever. 500 years we've been here. And there's this thing called a casting tree in the early 1900s, a silent movie. They would do westerns, which is basically Mexican culture, appropriated by white people. because all the terminology from Westerns is Latin, rodeo, bronco, corral, ranch, lasso, vaquero is cowboy, it's all like appropriated culture. But so Mexican people would go to this tree and they would be cast as extras in these Westerns, silent film Westerns. But they were never the leads, and then they would paint, the leads brown. And, they've been doing that since, you had Charlton Heston painted brown in Touch of Evil for Orson Welles. Then you had all the brown people painted in West Side Story, who were, most of them were in Latin. They were Greeks or whites passing for Latin. You had the greatest actor in the world, Brando, playing Emilio Zapata in brown face and rings in his nose to make his nose wide. And it continues. Al Pacino with a tan, acting all crazy up in Scarface. Then you got in Carlito's Way. Even Ben Affleck playing a great FBI Latin guy, but they didn't give it to us. They've been taking our stories, and then when we finally get a chance to be in our stories, they put another white guy in it. It's just like, stop appropriating our stories and start putting us in, put us in our own stories. Even James Bond, bro. James Bond was based on Ruby Rosa, this Dominican guy. It wasn't based on a white guy, but it's all, and they never put a Latin guy. Ruby Rosa was this playboy, double agent, race car driver, slept with all the hottest honeys of the era. That's who James Bond was based on, and it's not about us. It just, stop appropriating our stories. Just put us on.
True. Great point. Now, what about the notion of kind of extrapolating and going from there, this idea of, kind of boxing in actors and talent to only play certain types of roles based on who they are?
Well, obviously we want it to be an equal playing field. I'd rather not be talking about race and ethnicity. I'd rather just be acting. But it's not an equal playing field, that's the problem. It's like, they're not casting Latin people. We're 20% of the population and less than 3% of the faces on camera. We were 30% of the box office of Thor, 30%. And how many, we're not getting 30% of the roles or the stories or the executives. It's not a fair playing field. They're not casting Latin people. Until they start casting us at least 20%, I'm not even asking for extra. I just want my 20% that's due me. I want to see my 20% of stories, executives, directors, behind the crew, 20% of the crew. That's just fair. That's just fair representation. White people have had 120% representation. They've been overrepresented, and they're still being overrepresented. They're only 60% of the population, less than 60%. Why are they getting over 120% representation? It's just not fair. It's who is making these decisions. They're not looking like me.
Yeah. Robert, a lot of your work centers around Latino characters or strong Latino characters. Can you talk a little bit about, and you also created, a TV network, El Rey network, specifically devoted to Latinos, right?
Yeah.
Can you talk about that balance between creating content specifically for and about Latinos versus content that just happens to have Latino characters featured in them?
Yeah, I try to make, from the very beginning, I would see movies, really great movies, be made, but they were just for Latinos. They were almost like niche, films, to the point where not even Latinos would go watch them because it felt like you have to go to school now and watch a movie about a Latino. Like you have to go to the corner and watch the movie designated for you guys. It felt like it made you feel less part of the world and more like to see yourself, you've got to go sit in this dark corner over here. And I try to create, and that's not what you want to do. You want to go feel part of the world stage. You want everybody talking about this movie. So I try to make entertainment first and foremost that could reach people and anyone would want to go see. But then when they look closer, they realize, oh, the whole cast is Latin and they're playing Latin, but you don't hit them over the head with a tortilla or anything. You're trying to make it feel like it's just part of what makes them cool. Like in Spy Kids, they're like, James Bond was British. That's what made him cool, is that he was different than us. So these guys are Latin in Spy Kids. And, if they speak Spanish, it's like a long Spanish name that's code to open up these secret doors. And, you do it very subversively. so that people don't even realize, their children are watching these movies going, hey, I want to be like the Latin kid. You want people to emulate these characters and want to be like them. So I always was trying to make entertainment, and that's what we did with the network as well, entertainment that was for everyone, but for those who are looking, they see themselves on the screen. They see themselves making the films. They see themselves creating the content. And it's different. It's got the voice. It's got authenticity. And that's what John was talking about. It's not even that there weren't Latin actors. There were no Latin actors around because there was no Latin roles. There was no one writing the roles. It was a whole systemic problem. So we needed to go all the way back to the beginning and go, we got to create the roles so we can cast the right people. Cast people who actually are Latin and give them a role that's going to make them stand out and make people want to be these people. Want to be them and emulate them and enjoy the characters. And so you got to go way back into the system and start rebuilding it from scratch.
So John, your last one-man show, Latin History for Morons, really shined a light on countless untold Latinx stories. What are some of the lessons, the key lessons that you learned from that journey and putting that show together for those in the audience who may not have seen it?
My son was being bullied at school. He was being profiled by the other kids and whatnot. And I couldn't believe it was happening, in 2020. And then, so I started, I wanted my son to have a different life than I did. I definitely didn't want to keep promoting violence, and I wanted him to take, the pacifist road. And so I wanted to weaponize information for him. And so I started reading about Latin history and all these great books by Eduardo Galeano, Open Veins of Latin America, Charles Mann's 1491 and 1493. These great books that are available. And I started finding all this crazy information about us. I'm like, wait a minute. How come this was never told to me in school? I would feel like such a different person and would have, perhaps I wouldn't have accepted the BS that I was handed, knowing that, 10,000 of us fought in the American Revolutionary War? Wait a minute, we funded the American Revolutionary War? Juan Miralles got $2 million from Cuba, from Spain and Mexico to give to George Washington. Galvez had an army of 3,000 Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Mexicans, Native Americans, and freed slaves, and they kicked the British out of the South? And then he gave $70,000 worth of weapons to George Washington? What? Why wasn't I taught that? 20,000 of us fought in the Civil War, and Puerto Rican officer Augusto Rodriguez was handed a Medal of Honor by Abraham Lincoln, and Felipe Bazar from Chile. We had all these officers, and we're the only ethnic group that's fought in every single war America's ever had and are the most awarded. 500,000 of us fought in World War II. Incredible stories there. And you don't see it in Band of Brothers. You don't see it in the Discovery Channel. You don't see these stories, and it's crazy. 500,000 stories, and you don't have one? So that just opened up the whole world to me. It was like, wait a minute. There's been a deception perpetrated to the American people and to Latin American people in this country that our contributions are just erased. So psychosocial erasure is so painful to overcome and difficult to overcome, but with people like Robert doing his thing and putting the culture forward, and all of us, like what we're doing with Hispanicize and NGL is putting our stories forward, and we have to keep calling these studios on it and these streamers. Nielsen just came out with this study that Latin people download shows that they see themselves or recognize themselves or hear themselves, their culture reflected back to them. We do gravitate, and we're like $1.3 trillion in buying power in the U.S. We're the 5th largest economy in the world if you were to separate us from the U.S. 5th largest. Think about that power.
That's the thing. That's what creating this very universal entertainment that's cast correctly, that's got authenticity in its voice. Once you create a system like that, the others will imitate. The studios will go, okay, well, that's obviously the recipe for success. Look at the audience makeup that's going to see this. People want, like John said, the people want to see themselves. They start modeling themselves after that success, and that's how you get imitation. Because it's not a very innovative business. It's always been very imitative. They're not first to innovate this, but they will imitate something that's successful. So the main color they love is green. If you can make money with this, then they'll go imitate that because they want to make pancakes. They want to keep that going. So that was always the recipe for me, was to do that.
talking about making green and making bank, superheroes and the role of comics certainly, has been the direction Hollywood has been going. I know some of your best known work has been influenced by comics. What role do comics play?
Well, I started as a cartoonist. So be able to draw some of these ideas, like just the image of a kid who's a spy, or one of our biggest hits on Netflix, just worldwide, would have an extremely diverse cast by its nature because they're the children of superheroes, was We Can Be Heroes. But I mean, the Latin lead, Pedro Pascal and Yaya Gaciel, they're awesome in it, surrounded by all these other superhero kids. So very comic book feeling in nature. Obviously I did Sin City, but I came from a very graphic background because that was my low budget film before I made Mariachi. I'd make them on paper because it was inexpensive. You could pick up paper and you could draw up all these worlds and stories and kind of blueprint it out and test it out before I committed it to film. The graphic, very graphic images of with iconography, very Latin iconography, a guy in a charro suit with a guitar case that's full of weapons, that's a mariachi, that just graphically, you could just tell by the drawing, it had a great silhouette and that it was very unique. So I usually go back to that because a picture's worth 1,000 words. And if you can just draw one picture, sometimes you can get a whole feeling for a film and know that it's going to stand out in the audience's mind because if it's a good image.
That's great. That's great to hear. So we have a few minutes left, and I wanted to do a couple of rapid fire questions for both of you. So for both of you, what advice would you tell your younger self?
Oh my gosh, I feel like I would ask myself, how'd you get so smart? I look back and I go, how did I know all that stuff? I was so young. And I seem like I'm not as sharp as I was back then, and it's because I know too much now. Right, John? Sometimes when you know too much, and when you're younger, you're so naive that you just think, well, I think I can go make this movie by myself with $7,000 and no crew. I mean, no one's ever done that before, but I don't see why it should be that hard. You don't think about things, and it's why you get stuff done. So I try to always keep that. I like the youthful self that I was. He didn't ask so many questions. He didn't have so many answers, actually, of all the reasons why something can't be done. So I try to inspire young people. It's like, this is your time because you don't know what you're doing is impossible. And it's good that you don't know, because if you knew, you wouldn't get it done. And because you don't know, you will get it done.
That's so true. John, how about you?
I would have told myself to be a little more demanding, because I wasn't very demanding. I wasn't very entitled. I was just so grateful for every opportunity. I was just the most grateful. And I was like, maybe I didn't need to be so grateful. Maybe I could have been a little, because they wanted to take me to Broadway right away. And I was like, I don't know about that. I'm kind of happy off Broadway, doing my thing. And I was like, damn, I should have leapt on that. I should have gone to Broadway and earlier with Spicorama when the offers came. I was just not, it was all so fresh and new to me that I was just like overwhelmed, and I didn't know how to really seize all the opportunities that were coming my way.
So for both of you, what was the best and worst advice you've ever received?
Well, I know the best advice I got, I put it in my book because it was like one of the things that made me realize I could go make mariachi. Was my first boss I had when I was 16. I worked at Senor Riojas. He was my boss at a photo shop where I worked for the summer job doing photo developing and selling cameras. And he said, he saw my photos I took and he said, "You're very creative, that's a gift. What you need to do now is learn how to be technical, really technically know how to operate these cameras, do the zone system and all this. Because if you could be technical and creative, you'd be unstoppable. Because a lot of technicians aren't creative, and a lot of creative people, they don't want anything to do with technology. But if you could learn to be technical, though," he said, "you just have to apply yourself. It's not in your nature because you just want to go be an artist. But if you learn to be both, you'll be unstoppable." I remember being 16, just hearing unstoppable. Wow. So I went and I learned as much. That's why I went and shot mariachi by myself, because I thought I want to learn how to use the camera, trial by fire. If I have someone there to operate it, I'll never learn. I'll make this by myself, figure out how to turn on the lights, record sound and all that. And that made a huge difference in my entire career, being somebody who is very technical and creative. And you think about it, those are the guys who stand out, the George Lucases, the Jim Camerons. They're technical and creative. And you can almost guarantee yourself success that way. Best advice I got when I was 16. I don't remember the worst advice I got.
I guess that's a good thing, right? Yeah, forget the worst advice. What about you, John?
I guess the best advice was from Oscar Eustis, the artistic director at the Public Theater in New York City, when I was like, thank God we got colorblind casting from Hamilton, from Lynn. Lynn brought it, finally made it succeed. I've been wanting that to succeed for like 40 years. But I said, I want to see a Latin Death of a Salesman. I want to see a Latin Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. I want to see an all Latin Long Day's Journey to Night. He goes, why wait for that to happen? Why don't you write the new Death of a Salesman, the new Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, the new? And I was like, yeah, that's the way we got to see it. It's not asking, not, just write our own, make our own, do our own. And the worst advice, there was a lot of executives who gave me really bad advice in Hollywood. I mean, they had such, I've been pitching stories for 40 years, four decades into the studio system, and their advice was always so bad. First of all, they would tell me Latin people don't want to see Latin people. I was like, what? I was like, who do we want to see? Just white people? He goes, yeah,
I'm guessing it wasn't a Latin person who told you that, right?
No, it was a studio exec, yeah. And he was like, we already get the Latin people coming to see our movies. We don't have to go after them. Oh, okay.
What parting thoughts do you want to leave the audience with as we celebrate ourselves this month?
Parting thoughts. I mean, usually when I would tell my favorite advice to give young filmmakers or people who say, I want to go out and make a difference, I'm an aspiring filmmaker, I would say, stop aspiring. Because if you call what we call ourselves is very powerful. If you say you're aspiring, you'll always be aspiring. You got to just say, I'm a filmmaker, I'm a creator, I'm somebody, and then you end up having to follow into the form of your identity. If you call yourself that, you start doing what a filmmaker does or a creator does. You start creating, you start making films. But if you call yourself aspiring, that means you're always in reach of something. So the labels we gave ourselves were very, very powerful. And it sounds like a very simple thing, but that's what it is. You got to claim it and own it, and then become it. Don't wait till you become it, or you won't become anything. So stop aspiring and just start saying, this is who I am, and then you'll find your actions follow your identity.
Yeah, my formula of success was that what worked for me, and I've seen it work time and time again, is find the best person in the industry that you want to be in. Find that, and then offer your services for free. Work for them for free. Offer everything you have for free. Just get in there. I found the best acting teacher in New York City, Win Hanman, and he put my first show up, Mambo Mouth. He just put it up. I was in his class, and I studied, and I paid, and I do whatever he asked me to, and you get put up. I went to First Amendment, the hottest improv group here, and I worked for free. I worked the bar for free. I would sweep for free, and eventually they put me up. Just find the best spots and infiltrate.
Okay. On those words, thank you both. Thank you both for taking the time. Thank you for those who are watching and listening. Hispanicize and Noodles together. Take care.
That was amazing. So much great insight from two Latinos that have, without a doubt, left an indelible imprint on American film and culture and history.
Yes, and thank you, Ann Vasquez, for all these amazing interviews. I loved every keynote and panel today. John and Robert, just a minute ago, were eye-opening. Michael Peña is always on point. Melissa Barrera, glowing charisma, and the wonderful Anthony Ramos.
Así es. Also, AMKY was so inspiring, and Chef Jasmine's food para chuparse los dedos, el codo, todo, qué comida tan divina. Also, Danielle Perez, DIY, Tony Revolori, Ashley Reyes, Auli'i Cravalho, Lisette Olivera, Andrea Campos, Katya Echazarreta, and Beatriz Acevedo. Thank you so much for everything you do and for sharing today.
Absolutely, and big shout out to the sponsors that made Hispanicize #Unidos Together 2022 Summit possible. I'm talking Cadillac, Centrum, McDonald's, Omnicrom Media Group, Remy Martin, 23andMe, Walmart, and Warner Brothers Discovery. Thank you all so much for all your support.
That's it, that's right. And for those who joined late, all the great content we showed today is available for you at Hispanicize. So you can just go watch the page. So if you missed anything or simply want to watch it again, you can always come back and enjoy it.
That's right. We truly appreciate it if you share it with your tribes using the hashtag Unidos Together. And I want to thank our lively audience here at NGL Mitu's Bomb New Studios in East LA for La Buena Vibra. Yeah. Also, a big sis hug to DJ Que Madres for adding a banging soundtrack to this memorable day. Yes, girl. And of course, thank you, my chamo bello, Enrique Sapene.
Yes, I love you, love you, love you. Gracias, Miss Jessica Flores. And thank you, mi gente, streaming from all corners of America and the world. Thanks for your comments and your shares. All the amazing people you saw today, that was for you to get inspired. Now go out there and be the best you can be.
Yes, that ends our 2022 Hispanicize hashtag Unidos Together Summit. But the fun is not over. Please stay tuned for all the great content that Fierce, Crema, Hispanic Kitchen, and all the We Are Me Too channels will continue bringing to you. Follow us.
Exactly. Remember that you can watch all of these again anytime you want and share it with everybody you know at Hispanicize.com/replay. These are the narratives that matter to us, that lift each other up. We prove it time and time again that we're strong and we are unidos together. A seguir trabajando duro. Ciao, and we love you.
Yes, adios. Stay amazing. Woo!